Chapter 277. The title starts with ad. End of ad on title 1 Chapter 317 Passing H1A style equals color, #00F, ref equals 563-9167. HTML next chapter at ablilage border equals 0 artable border equals 0 align equals left artable border equals 0 align equals left artable border equals 0 align equals left rtdtr table. Ji Yunan grabbed Chen Han and used him as a shield before fleeing in one direction. In the instant that the rain of time fell, Ji Yunan was probably the one who reacted the fastest in all of Tiluoshi. He blocked the attack the fastest and ran the fastest. There was nothing he could do about it. Ji Yunan was too familiar with this move. Almost at the same time that the aura appeared, he had already sensed it. Even in the game in Shifeng's previous life, the god of time was a famous super god, a tier 11 lord god. For Ji Yunan, level 11 meant that he had already reached the second job advancement level. This was not a first job advancement with a different playstyle, but a genuine second job advancement that had undergone a qualitative chain. Not to mention the fact that Ji Yunan was still one step away from the first transition. While Ji Yunan was fleeing, Diluor realm had been baptized by the rain of time and was in a complete mess. Anything that came into contact with the raindrops would have its time stolen at a terrifying speed. The buildings were weathering, the creatures were aging, and even the laws themselves were undergoing minute changes. It's much weaker than in the game. Is it because of the bit wall? Ji Yunan thought to himself as he ran quickly, trying to get out of the influence of the rain of time. Ji Yunan's understanding of the gods was probably above that of anyone in this world. For a lord god level existence like Van Lun, Ji Yunan was familiar with almost all of their techniques. Rain of Time was one of Van Lun's signature skills. It had a large area of effect and was extremely difficult to defend against. It was definitely one of the top 10 most disgusting skills. However, the Rain of Time that Ji Yunan saw now was much weaker than in the game, be it in terms of range or impact. Chen Han was placed on top of Ji Yunan's head. Even though Ji Yunan's movements were quite good and he had done his best to use the various structures to avoid the Rain of Time, many raindrops still fell on Chen Han's body. After the rain of time robbed a large amount of time, the frown on Chen Han's aged face increased at a visible speed. The lifespan of a break-world person depended on their understanding of the rules and how complete their rules were. Chen Han was a top break-world elite who had lived for 1,000 years. He was one of the people closest to becoming a Star Lord. His life was very long, but under the effects of the time rain, he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Ji Yunan couldn't care less. If he didn't have a good shield like Chen Han, he would have been drenched in the rain. You said to lead the way to the Golden Giant's territory? Who would care about this at a time like this? If Chen Han died, then so be it. As for his knowledge, let's see if there's a chance to revive him in the future. Ji Yunan made a decision in a split second, and his footsteps quickened. He did not know how long he had been running, but Ji Yunan suddenly felt the ground in front of him light up. He had left the range of the Rain of Time. Ji Yunan put down Chen Han that he was holding. The old man was no longer breathing. He was already a dead body. So, Ji Yunan tossed him aside. He looked behind him. The area that was affected by the Rain of Time was undergoing a shocking change. All the buildings had been eroded by the wind. Some flowers and trees were still growing, generation after generation. They went from seeds to saplings to big trees. Then, they suddenly withered and died. The power of the Rain of Time was weakening, but it could still make 1,000-year-old tree's life come to an end in the blink of an eye. Fan Lun. Why did he do this? Ji Yunan was confused. Even in the game of his past life, there were very few stories that involved main gods. The 12 main gods were already a pyramid in the background of the game. They would not be touched easily. The power of the bit wall was indeed strong. The Rain of Time, which should have lasted for half an hour, stopped in just a moment. The area in front of Ji Yunan was quiet again. Around Ji Yunan, there were a few lucky survivors who were at the edge of the Rain of Time. Each of them had a lingering fear in their hearts. After being affected by the Rain of Time, they could only rely on their own bodies to escape. Any law was covered by time. Even if they managed to open a spatial rift, it would be instantly washed away. Just then, two people stood up from the ruins. It was a man and a woman. They were holding a silver paper umbrella. It was this umbrella that protected them. Senior sister. We're saved. We're saved. The man excitedly pulled his senior sister and shouted. It seemed that he did not have many such experiences of surviving a disaster. What are you shouting for? Hurry up and put away the umbrella, his senior sister said quickly. At the same time, she looked around vigilantly. Sure enough, she saw many eyes focused on them. To be able to survive such a terrifying spell, what kind of treasure was this umbrella? Many of those gazes were filled with obvious greed. This is the umbrella that Senior Lu gave me. Who can take it away? The man was indifferent. Then, he looked ahead and said in surprise, Mr. Ji Yunan? Ji Yunan had naturally noticed these two living people in the ruins a long time ago, and he recognized who the man was. It was Lu Wenying, another outsider he met when he went to the Seven Stars Alliance to form a team. So, Ji Yunan nodded gently and did not speak. Lu Wenying was very enthusiastic. He pulled his senior sister and ran to Ji Yunan. Mr. Ji Yunan, are you also looking for the secret treasure of time? When he said the words secret treasure of time, the number of eyes focused on them increased significantly. It seemed that this was the reason why the frontline plane, Tiluo Shur, had an unusual density of powerhouses. Ji Yunan? Lu Wenying's senior sister was slightly stunned when she heard this name. Then, she said, here's the one you went to silent. Oh. The senior sister only said one word before she hurriedly covered her mouth. The news that the terminating Heavenly Star Lord was suspected to have died had already spread like wildfire. Naturally, the appearance of the Nine Serenities' heavenly demon couldn't be kept a secret. Lu Wenying's master could naturally guess that it was Ji Yunan. So, the senior sister pulled hard on Lu Wenying's sleeve, but the latter did not move. Instead, he said solemnly, Senior sister, I don't care what you think. Mr. Ji Yunan is my friend. How about it, Mr. Ji Yunan, do you want to come with us? Lu Wenying invited Ji Yunan. Senior Lu's umbrella can guide us. Before Ji Yunan spoke, he suddenly had a strong feeling in his heart. It was as if there was a voice that kept calling him to join Lu Wenying's ranks. It was like the legendary protagonist was about to embark on a journey and was ready to accept companions. Could this be the template of the protagonist? Ji Yunan filled in the blanks in his mind, but he quickly shifted his gaze to the silver umbrella. This silver umbrella had some inexplicable aura, like some kind of extremely obscure time law. Originally, Ji Yunan thought it was the remnant of the reign of time, but now that he looked at it carefully, he found that it had another origin. Another controller of time? Mr. Ji Yunan? Lu Wenying saw that he did not speak for a long time and could not help but say, Legend has it that the secret treasure of time allows people to bypass the time law, giving them a lot more time to cultivate. If I can cultivate for 3 to 5 years, then. Chapter 278. Add on the headline began. Add on the headline ended 1 text chapter 318 Calamity falls from the heavens style equals color, #00f. Ref equals iml next chapter at oblija border equals 0 t-artable border equals 0 align equals left t-artable border equals 0 align equals left t-artable border equals 0 align equals left trtd table. When they saw wild bosses and treasures, they would immediately rush to them. This was the practice of novice players. Players like Ji Yunan would always weigh the risks and benefits, as well as whether or not the final rewards would be useful. Lu Wenying's description of the secret treasure of time didn't interest Ji Yunan at all, and Fan Lun's unexpected appearance made him even more vigilant. Main god-level existences could already see through him, as long as he revealed enough of his methods. In the Violet Civ Heaven, Ji Yunan, who had previously been at the front lines, decisively hid in the rear after abandoning Qian Han, the new divine emissary, and waited for news from others. As expected, all the front pages of today's newspapers were reporting on what had happened on the front lines. Fan Lun obviously hadn't acted out of boredom. Rather, there was a reason that even Ji Yunan hadn't expected. He had fought with someone, and his opponent was one of the 13 heavens, Lu one of the time sky. Lu Wen of the time sky, no wonder that umbrella had the aura of another type of law of time. Ji Nan continued to flip through the newspapers, at the same time expressing sympathy for his own luck. Even on the front lines, it was rare for the 13 heavens to fight with a main god, but he had just happened to run into one. Teluoshi was just one of the many frontline planes, and had most likely been affected by the aftershocks of the battle between the two. As for what happened afterwards, none of the newspapers could explain it clearly. In fact, they didn't even know who had won or lost. After all, the level of this matter was too high. On the other hand, the battle between the two worlds, which had attracted the attention of all the heavens, had already had a follow-up in the past 2 days. But because of that person from the time sky, they could only occupy a corner. The astral realm was beginning to stabilize, and 4 star lords of silent destructive heaven had already shown their faces, all of them major characters at or above the realm level. In the end, it would be up to them to decide who would take down solitary destroyer heaven or split it among themselves. As for the current situation of the 2-star masters, there was no need to say much about Red, but Zhuozhu's whereabouts had attracted many people's suspicions, and there was still no definite conclusion. Logically speaking, if Zhuozhu had truly perished, then the still destructive skies should have directly collapsed. Its source would have scattered, causing many star lords to fight over it. If he was still alive, then silent destruction skies would be intact and no one would be able to take it away from him. But now, still destroyed sky was neither of those. The original source had already appeared, but it did not spread. Many young star masters and world breakers who were waiting for a chance were disappointed. The Star Lord and the star boundary were one. Now that silent destructive sky was in such a strange state, no one could understand what was going on. Only when someone dug up some ancient information did they come to a conclusion that Zhuozhu was probably sealed in some black hole plane. The black hole plane was a special existence that was only mentioned in ancient information. The rules of these planes were very special. Once there was a world breaker class power, it would be sealed by the plane itself. The power would be completely isolated from the outside world. Regardless of where it came from, it would absorb everything. It was like the black hole in the space plane, so it was named that way. Sealed. When Ji Nan saw this conclusion, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. But it was not like there were no people who disagreed with this view. For example, someone said that the features of the black hole plane were very obvious. A Star-Lord class character would be able to find out when he entered. How could he have displayed too much power? The debates did not attract too much attention. After all, the main point was who had the solitary destroyer general. As for the fallen Star-Lord, he was no longer within the scope of people's concern. Ji Nan put down the newspaper and immediately put all of this behind him. He was not interested in Zhuozhu and Red's grudge. After reaching level 5, when he was in Sky Demon mode, even a Star-Lord like Red might not be able to stop him. He now had the power to protect himself. The most important thing right now was to finish the 6 basic buildings. He needed to level up the Evil God's Hall to level 1 and complete the first class. After leveling up to level 6, Ji Nan was no longer limited by the limits of the first class. Not only did his evil god body become stronger, but his Sky Demon mode was also stronger. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. During those 2 months, Ji Nan spent most of his time in Purple Sky. He collected first-hand information about the front lines. After all, it was a main god class attack. It was impossible for Ji Nan not to be curious. Perhaps the newspaper did not have too many secrets. In the public information, there was still no information about the 2 big shots. A few days ago, there was another wave of time rain. This time, there were not many casualties, but the meaning behind it was very thought-provoking. In the short span of 2 months, the great figures of the 13 heavens had actually acted twice. Close to 2 years had passed in the God Nation. The 4th and 5th buildings, the Deity Administration Platform and God's Servant Office, had been built. The 6th building was almost enough points. The Deity Administration Platform, as the name suggested, was a building used to manage the deities. The God's Servant Office was a place to create basic soldiers. God's servants were the most primitive soldiers of the God Nation. During this time, Ji Yunan did not encounter any random events. But overall, he was satisfied with the speed. I guess I should have enough points by today. Ji Yunan estimated in his heart. At this moment, a maid ran over hurriedly. Sir Luo Wen came personally. He said he has something important to discuss with you. Luo Wen? Important? Ji Yunan touched his chin. He was doubtful about his neighbor's so-called important matter. Anyway, that's it. In Ji Yunan's house, Luo Wen slammed a notice on the table. Didn't you ask me about the front lines? As soon as I received the news, I immediately sent it to you. How about it? I'm loyal, right? This is really a big deal. Ji Yunan said with slight surprise. Luo Wen nodded with satisfaction at his attitude. The message on the notice he brought was actually very simple. It was a time-star Lord Lu Wen's declaration to the entire heavenly realms. He called on all the strong people in the worlds who were above the break-world level to go to the front lines. The reason was, of course, not for the sake of the country, but for the treasure. The secret treasure of time that had been discussed for 2 months had finally appeared. It was a paradise called Time Arena. Time Arena. Ji Yunan said this familiar name. He suddenly had a feeling of returning to his previous life. Luo Wen saw him like this and thought he was tempted. He smiled and said, if you are interested, then go and try it. I really envy you young people. Bang! Suddenly, the door to Ji Yunan's house was pushed open, shocking the female servant standing outside. 4 cultivators with serious expressions on their faces quickly walked in. Shockingly, they were wearing the uniform of the core members of the Astral Plane Gate. Chapter 279. Add on the title begins. Add on the title Ench 1 text volume chapter 319 St. Cloister H1 A style equals color, #00F. Ref equals iml next chapter at oblilage border equals 0 t artable border equals 0 align equals left t artable border equals 0 align equals left t artable border equals 0 align equals left trtdtr table. The Astral Gate was a super organization that spanned across many planes. Compared to it, the Ming Lu that Ji Yunan had stayed in before was just a small fry. There were many different opinions about the background of the Astral Gate. There was no unified view. But at least one thing was certain, it was very powerful. As a public organization, the Astral Gate had peripheral members like Ji Yunan. At the same time, it also had core members. They were cultivators that truly belonged to the Astral Gate. While enjoying the benefits of the organization, they also had to accept the organization's orders. Now, standing in front of Ji Yunan were 4 core members of the Astral Gate. They wore special uniforms, and on their chests was a strange astral array that shone faintly. As soon as the leader's voice fell, the other 3 walked forward in unison, while the leader himself stayed behind to hold the line, probably afraid that Ji Yunan would break out of the encirclement and escape. Wait. Before Ji Yunan could speak, Luo Wen had already said, when did the Astral Gate become so unreasonable? Why do you want to capture him? What Luo Wen said was actually right. Large organizations could be overbearing, but they could not show it on their faces. Sometimes, a fig leaf was quite important. But this time, the 4 of them did not seem to care about this at all. The bearded man who spoke earlier said in a deep voice, don't bother with things that you shouldn't. You. Luo Wen was so angry that he did not know what to say for a moment. If it was not for the fact that the Astral Gate's uniform had its own peculiarities, and that the astral glow could not be replicated, he would have thought that someone was impersonating them. He turned his head and said in a low voice, Ji Yunan, they are indeed from the Astral Gate. Do not resist. When you go out, remember to make a big deal out of this. That way, even if someone wants to play dirty, it will be Ji Yunan. Before Rowan could finish muttering, Ji Yunan's figure had already dashed out and instantly appeared in front of a person. Ji Yunan's hand pressed down on that person's head. Kacha. The crisp sound of a bone breaking could be heard, making one's hair stand on end. That person's head had been pressed into his body by Ji Yunan. The entire scene seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, they saw Ji Yunan stretch out a hand, and the neck of the person on the left was broken. In the next instant, Ji Yunan grabbed the remaining man's hair with his right hand and pressed his head down. At the same time, he struck the man's face with his knee. A terrifying force came, and the man's head exploded. The body slowly fell down, leaving only a scalp and hair in Ji Yunan's hand. Blood and brain matter flowed everywhere, and the scene suddenly became silent. Only the sound of blood dripping could be heard. In just a moment, 3 world breakers, who were not weak, had been killed by Ji Yunan in an instant. Moreover, it was with pure physical strength. There was no fluctuation of law. In the face of absolute speed, any extraordinary law, or the ability to open up the void, was useless. Luo Wen and the bearded man didn't know what to say. They had a deeper feeling about Ji Yunan's move. There was no fluctuation of law, which meant that it would not attract the attention of the cultivators in the city. It meant that Ji Yunan could kill people at will in the city and then leave. Ji Yunan took a step forward, and his figure appeared in front of the bearded man. He grabbed his neck and said, "Why do you want to catch me?" It was almost the same question as Rowan, but the result was completely different. It was Duan Wanchi from the organization who gave the order to take you there. The man was about to cry. As for the rest, we really do not know. At this time, the man recognized who Ji Yunan was. With just his body, he could kill world breakers like he was killing a chicken. Wasn't that the 9 hidden sky demon from a while ago? Duan Wanchi's order was too urgent, and they did not have time to investigate the details of the target. They knew the target's name was Ji Yunan, and they also knew there was a sky demon with the same name. But they were 2 people who had nothing to do with each other. Who would link them up? The man's back was soaked in a cold sweat. He did not dare tear up the space to escape. He could imagine that he might not be able to enter the space crack before he was torn apart. Counselor? Ji Yunan touched his chin. The astral gate was a council system, and there were only 17 counselors. Counselor Duan Wanchi was definitely at the top, so why did he want to catch him? Instinct told Ji Yunan that this was most likely related to the front line. Lu Weining was probably the only one who could link it to him. Ji Yunan let go of the man, patted his shoulder, and said, "Go back and tell that counselor that I will go and find him in 2 days. God's kingdom." After Ji Yunan sent away the people at the astral gate, he immediately returned to God's kingdom. As expected, not long after, he had accumulated a new 10,000 points. Once Ji Yunan built the 6th level building, he would complete his first-class advancement and step into level 6. Among the 5 levels before his first-class advancement, level 5 was the level that Ji Yunan had spent the least time in. This was because he had already prepared a God's kingdom for himself before he reached level 5. This was usually the part that wasted the most players' time. On the contrary, after getting the God's kingdom, everyone spent about the same amount of time building it. Ji Yunan opened the building list, and after a simple allocation of resources, he immediately chose a building, the Holy Corridor. The Holy Corridor was not in Ji Yunan's original plan. He had originally wanted to build a training camp. However, because of the incident at the Time Arena, Ji Yunan changed his plans at the last minute. Under normal circumstances, the Holy Corridor would not be built in the early stages of a God's kingdom. Only God's kingdoms above level 3 would be considered. Of course, this did not mean that the building was useless. On the contrary, it was very important, and no player would give up on it. The Holy Corridor could provide players with a saint's body, inherit a portion of the player's abilities, and be personally controlled by the player. Simply put, it was an official Smurf. However, for players who had just completed their first-class advancement, the existence of such a Smurf was extremely important. On one hand, Smurf accounts were convenient, and they would not be instantly discovered no matter which realm they descended upon. On the other hand, it was easy to hide the identity of an evil god. A saint's body had nothing to do with an evil god. If he were to head to the front line, he would very likely have to face the god of time, Fan Lun. Ji Yunan had no choice but to be careful. In his previous life, let alone a level 11 Lord God, he had even slaughtered a level 15 God of Light and Justice many times over. However, he was only about to reach level 6 now. There was nothing strange about the Holy Corridor's construction. It was just a circular corridor within the evil god's temple, with a silver humanoid sculpture in the center. Ji Nan was in no hurry to summon his Smurf. What he had to do next was the main event. Chapter 280. Add-on the title began. Add-on the title ended 1 text volume Chapter 320 The man with a dragon on his shoulder style equals color, #00F. Ref equals iml next chapter at oblija border equals 0 artable border equals 0 align equals left artable border equals 0 align equals left artable border equals 0 align equals left rtdtr table outside the evil god's temple. Yang Xiaoxiao and Lan Sai were walking side by side, discussing something as they walked. It seemed to be some management issues in the divine kingdom. Ever since he discovered that Yang Xiaoxiao didn't have enough energy, Ji Nan had told Lan Sai to take over as soon as possible. Yang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, had a lot of energy and was always above 95. The two of them took care of some matters outside and habitually walked toward the evil god's temple. The two administrative desks were both here, and they were the things that they interacted with the most in the divine kingdom. However, just as they were about to reach it, the ground trembled slightly, and the evil god's temple in front of them expanded out of thin air, pushing away everything around it. Lan Sai looked at this scene in shock. She had seen a lot of things over the years. It wasn't that creating something out of thin air was difficult to accept, but this scene was getting closer and closer to what she had seen and heard in her early years. Wasn't this what miracles were like in the flowering divine kingdom? Teacher has made another breakthrough. Yang Xiaoxiao was quite happy. She had gradually accepted her identity as the manager of the divine kingdom. Controlling the power of a realm was also in line with her pursuit. The changes in the evil god's temple continued, but it was much calmer than before. It wasn't until the trembling from the ground completely stopped that the two of them walked forward. They slowly walked into the temple, and then saw Ji Nan standing calmly in front of them. Teacher. Yang Xiaoxiao cautiously called out, as if she was afraid of disturbing Ji Nan's breakthrough. Ji Nan turned around and looked as if he had just come back to his senses. He casually said, "Oh, you're here." The two girls looked at each other in bewilderment. Ji Nan didn't look like a Star Lord at all. Of course, they didn't know that Ji Nan was busy opening the sage corridor. As for himself, even though he had indeed reached the 6th level and could be called a god from now on, it wasn't like Ji Nan hadn't seen the world before, so what was there to be excited about? A silver light shone not far away. Only then did the two women realize that there was an elegant corridor in the new evil god's temple, and the silver light was coming from the statue in the center. The silver light gradually converged, gradually forming a figure below. That person was wearing a long silver robe, his expression was elegant and calm, but his face was shockingly Ji Nan's face. In the next moment, his expression changed abruptly. It became cold and arrogant, as if he would only say, "Oh, awesome" to everything. Ji Nan had already taken over the saint's body. Not long after Ji Nan left the purple sieve sky, he returned. This time, he was no longer in his original body. He had a saint's body. He guessed the people from the astral world door had come to him because of the front line, and he was interested in the time arena. If he wanted to participate, this saint's body was enough. Saint's power was at the peak of the 4th level, which meant they were the strongest in the world. But he had inherited Ji Nan's rules and super strong body, so his real power was much stronger. But with that kind of power, there was no room for growth. No matter how much the sage corridor leveled up, the saint's power would stop there. At most, he would inherit more of Ji Nan's skills. This involved a basic rule of the game: gods could not be created. Level 4 was just one step out of the world. They could be called saint. Level 5 and above was considered a god. All they lacked was a god fire. It was the same for the worlds. Level 5 and above was called a Star Lord. Even if their power was different, some were weaker than the top break world, and some could fight a leader. The Star Lord represented another level. Even Zhuozhuo, who was known as one of the strongest in the 13 worlds, only had top break world elites. She did not have a Star Lord. It was like in the god world, aside from the leader, there was no god who would rely on someone else's god kingdom. In other words, those who would be interested in the Shijitian conscription order would at most be ordinary Star Lords without any astral realms, right? Ji Nan calculated in his heart. Gu Nan appeared in his house in purple sieve sky. The blood there had been cleaned up. There was even a girl waiting for him. Mr. Gu Nan, please come with me. The girl's face was pretty, but her face did not show any emotion. Even her voice was very calm and cold. Her tone was not as strong as the other four, but she had a presence that could not be doubted. That was the result of being in a high position for a long time. Lead the way. Gu Nan did not do anything this time. He really did want to see the person behind this. The girl was very straightforward in leading the way. She waved her finger. A silver-white path appeared in front of them. It led to somewhere far away. This power was not the ability of a break-world elite to rip open space. It was a finer control of space. Gu Nan followed the young girl and walked in slowly. After walking through the path, he came to a damp courtyard, where two people were already waiting for him. One was an old man who looked calm. His movements were very respectful. The other was a handsome man in a black suit. He looked to be in his 30s. The old man was wearing an Astral World Gate uniform, but his clothes were purple. It was the uniform of a representative. Gu Nan instantly recognized who he was. It was the representative who had ordered his arrest, Duan Wonchi. Gu Nan looked at the two of them. He waited for them to speak first, but they were not the ones who moved first. It was the girl who was leading the way. She took another step forward, and her body suddenly swelled up, turning into a 100-meter-long silver dragon. She circled in the sky once before descending. It landed on the shoulder of the man in the suit. The 100-meter-long dragon was standing on the man's shoulder with both feet. The scene looked very strange, but the two of them were strangely harmonious. "I am Lu Wen," the man said. He had a peaceful smile on his face. He looked like a normal person. But for him to be standing there, the name Lu Wen could only mean one thing: Celestial Star Master, a super elite who could fight with a master god. But no matter how high his status was, no matter how strong he was, Gu Nan could still remain calm. That was because he was a smurf. "What's the matter?" His rude attitude made Duan Wonchi's face change. Lu Wen was still calm. "I hope you can help me with something." "What is it?" "Help a little friend defeat other opponents in the time arena and get the Sand of Time." Gu Nan laughed silently. "He invited me before, but I rejected him." Duan Wonchi said, "If you still reject him now, I am afraid you will not want to see the result." Haha. Gu Nan used two unique words to express his attitude. Lu Wen waved his hand. "I have never liked to force people to do things. I can give you the Sand of Time as a reward. It will be very helpful for the start of the Star Realm." Duan Wonchi's expression did not change. He was also an extremely powerful Star Master, and his cultivation was not lower than Red's. He could naturally see the background of this clone of Gu Nan. "What if I still reject?" Gu Nan said after some thought. "Then I can only express my regret and find someone else to help." Lu Wen sighed. Although it might be someone that the little friend doesn't know, the Sand of Time must be obtained by him. Chapter 281. Beginning of add-on title. Ending of add-on title 1 Chapter 321 Request for assistance H1A style equals color #00F ref equals 564-2543. HTML next chapter at oblija border equals 0 tartable border equals 0 align equals left tartable border equals 0 align equals left tartable border equals 0 align equals left trtd table. As Gu Nan's words rang out, the entire scene fell into a strange silence. Astonishment appeared in Lu Wen's eyes, while the gaze that Duan Wonchi used to look at Gu Nan was as if she was looking at an idiot. Even the huge silver dragon on Lu Wen's shoulder could not help but lower its head, its massive eyes staring straight at Gu Nan. With her lacking understanding of human society, she couldn't really understand the meaning behind his words. It sounded like he wanted to do something bad, but why did he say it out loud? Shouldn't he not say a single word, and secretly take action when the time came? Lu Wen laughed involuntarily. For an old monster like him who had lived for God knows how many years, he was naturally able to understand the true meaning behind Gu Nan's words. Putting it nicely, the meaning of this young man before him was probing. Putting it bluntly, it was nothing more than him having nothing to fear. Relying on the fact that it was only a doppelganger that had come, and that no one knew where his star world and main body were, he dared to be so unbridled. Since that's the case, this Lu will wish you a smooth journey. Lu Wen still had that unfathomable look on his face, as if nothing could stir up any ripples in his heart. Ji Yunan nodded his head, then turned and left without saying another word. This Ji Yunan should be the heavenly demon that was rumored a few days ago. But from his appearance, he doesn't seem like it. After Ji Yunan left, Duan Wunshi actually revealed a slight smile, shaking her head as she gazed in the direction he had left. There wasn't a single trace of the angry look from before. Lu Wen, however, said, "Not necessarily. I've seen that heavenly demon of the Milky Way heaven a few times. He's usually no different from an ordinary person." Duan Wunshi pulled out a stack of documents from somewhere. It was all the information on Ji Yunan. Even the fact that he came from the Langya world had been thoroughly investigated. After all, Ji Yunan had gone to the astral realm through the Ascension Center. Even Ming Lu knew about this. If the astral realm gate wanted to investigate, there was no secret at all. The only thing that could not be known was what happened before his ascension. This was because a small plane like the Langya world had been in the past for hundreds of years. There were no clues left at all. Such a small plane couldn't even bear the burden of a secret technique like time reversal. His background is clear, but he advanced by leaps and bounds as soon as he entered a world-level plane. Other than the reincarnation of an almighty being, there's really no other explanation. Duan Wunshi casually tossed the information aside and said in a low voice, "I don't care about his background, but the Sand of Time must be obtained by Lu Wenying." Lu Wen said solemnly. Duan Wunshi nodded silently. He naturally understood that Lu Wenying was an extremely important part of this plan. He had to help him obtain the treasure, but he couldn't help him too obviously. Originally, Ji Yunan was the best candidate. He had a connection with Lu Wenying, and his strength was sufficient. "Unfortunately, I'll go find the next candidate," Duan Wunshi said. Lu Wen nodded lightly. The huge silver dragon spread its wings, as though it could cover the sky, casting a shadow over the two of them. Within the god nation, Ji Yunan's main body opened its eyes. The saint's body naturally didn't return to the god nation. He wasn't a fool. If he returned to the god nation in front of Lu Wen, wouldn't that be asking to be exposed? In reality, even if his smurf died outside, Ji Yunan didn't intend to recall it back. Safety was the first priority. Regarding the time arena, Ji Yunan was speaking the truth. If the Sand of Time was destined to be obtained by Lu Wenying, then he really didn't intend to enter the arena. He would just wait outside. If it was someone else, they might be worried that the treasure would be directly used once it landed in someone else's hands. However, Ji Yunan didn't have such worries. Because he knew all too well what kind of place the time arena was, and what the Sand of Time was used for. In the game, the time arena was a rather famous blueprint instance. As the name suggested, it didn't produce sin points or points. The reward after clearing it was a building blueprint, which was the Sand of Time that Lu Wen spoke of. The blueprint could be used to build a corresponding building in the God Nation, which was the time arena. Its purpose was to shorten the training time of the troops. It was considered a rather practical building in the God Nation during the war phase. Moreover, the time arena wasn't considered a basic building. It could only be built through external blueprints. Blessed Grottos. Ji Yunan thought of the name of the building here and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. In a sense, it wasn't wrong to call the God Nation building a Blessed Grottos. In any case, they were all special areas in the star boundary that could provide special enhancement effects. The difference was that the Blessed Grottos were mostly scattered throughout the star boundary, while Ji Yunan's God Nation building was all gathered together in the Evil God's Temple. Ji Yunan moved his sage's body to the frontline plane and chose to lie low for the time being. He would gather first-hand information while waiting for the results of the treasure hunt. As long as the Sand of Time didn't fall into the hands of the Pantheon world, no matter who had it, it wouldn't stop Ji Yunan from snatching it. After all, he wasn't a Star Lord with an astral world, so he couldn't use the Sand of Time. Just then, a piece of news reached the Evil God's Temple. It came from someone he hadn't seen for a long time. It was Red Tail, who had been sent by Ji Yunan to rebuild the White Mist. She had gone to the extremely remote Crescent World. If she wanted to return to the God Nation, she would need to first summon Ji Yunan in order to borrow his power to return. Moreover, Red Tail was just an extraordinaire. If she stayed in the Crescent World for too long, her lifespan wouldn't be enough. Therefore, after the White Mist was basically built, Red Tail didn't stay there. Instead, she went to the Bone World with Lan Sai to control the layout of the Crescent World through reincarnation. The news she sent was to ask for help. This matter was simple. She set up a small reincarnation organization in the Bone World. She used the people there to control the Crescent World. But after a while, it quickly attracted the attention of the locals. Now, the new White Mist was being targeted. It was another reincarnation organization that was targeting them. They seemed to have a world breaker. That was why Red Tail sent people to ask for help. After Ji Yunan read it, he shook his head. Setting up a reincarnation organization was one of the few ways to take advantage of the locals. He didn't expect there would still be people who coveted it. Lan Sai had to help manage the God Nation. She didn't have the time to be Red Tail's bodyguard. The Shadow Servant's intelligence wasn't up to standard. After they left the God Nation, they were like robots that only listened to orders. It looked like finding a group of God messengers who were strong enough and wouldn't easily betray him was an urgent matter. The construction of the God Nation required a lot of manpower. Ji Yunan had expected that. So, in the game, the God Nation would often have a few carnate life forms as their subordinates. The Gold Giant was a good choice, but it was a shame they encountered a main god. Ji Yunan almost died there. Qian Han, who was leading the way, died as well. Now, Outer Sky had attracted a lot of attention. If Ji Yunan went there to collect God messengers, it would be like walking right into a trap. Let's deal with the Bone World first and see if there are any Break World breakers that I can use. After the time arena is over, I will think about the Outer Sky Xenogeneics. Ji Yunan made up his mind. His holy body, which was in the front lines, moved. After a few leaps, he arrived in the Bone World. There was an organization called Flying Cloud Hill. Chapter 282. Starting from the title. Ending from the Titleh 1 text chapter 322 Bone World H1A style equals color, #00F. Ref equals iml next chapter at ablilage border equals 0 tiartable border equals 0 align equals left trdtable border equals 0 align equals left trdtable border equals 0 align equals left trdtr table Bone World. Bone World was a new astral world. It was upgraded from a small plane to a realm plane by the astral lord White Bone Lord, making it one of the main worlds. Therefore, although White Bone Lord was young among the astral lords, he was very powerful and strict with the management of the astral world. The Bone World was similar to Ji Yunan's Holy Kingdom. The entire world was divided into 196 cities, which radiated outward from the center of the cities, forming rings after rings. Red Tail was currently at the 21st ring of Left Side City of the Bone World. The 21st ring was close to the border of Left Side City and was considered a suburb. Red Tail chose this place as the headquarters of the White Mist because it was far away. But at this moment, Red Tail started to hate his own judgment again. "Commander, let's move first. We can collect more resources if we run out, but we're done for if we lose our people." A young man stood in front of Red Tail and tried to persuade him. The young man's name was Bai Shuesheng. Not only did his name sound a little feminine, but his appearance was also rather androgynous. Because of his appearance, he was laughed at by his family since he was young. That was why he decided to reincarnate and join the White Mist in a fit of rage. In the Bone World, those who had the surname Bai were all from powerful families. Bai Shuesheng was one of the higher-ups in the White Mist. However, Red Tail only kept a straight face and didn't reply. He waited until Bai Shuesheng's saliva ran dry before he said, "Did Old Mo and the others ask you to be the lobbyist?" Old Mo and the others that Red Tail mentioned were also higher-ups in the organization. Bai Shuesheng was not surprised, because he had a clear conscience. "Yes, but this is also my intention. I have my own plans. You guys go hide in Zhuofang City first." Red Tail shook his head. Great Commander. Bai Xuesheng was anxious. She wanted to say something else, but Red Tail firmly waved her hand and chased her out. He walked out of the door dejectedly. There were already a few people waiting for the result outside. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble was the one Red Tail mentioned. "Old Mo, what do you think?" "Ah," someone at the side asked, but when he saw Bai Xuesheng's expression, he immediately understood that it most likely did not go well. Old Mo also sighed and didn't know what to say. The commander was so smart, but why didn't he know what to do at this moment? In the past few months, they had plundered a lot of resources and even had a fortuitous encounter in a certain plane. If they gave up now, they might not have such an opportunity in the future. But this was still better than being wiped out, right? The ultimatum of the Flying Cloud territory had been issued, and someone would definitely come by tonight at the latest. Besides, they were in such a remote place, and no one would care if they died here. They were silent for a while, and finally Old Mo said, "Inform the brothers below to disperse and go back to the city. We will go to persuade the commander for the last time. If she is still unwilling to go, then take her away even if you have to tie her up." Bai Xuesheng said resolutely. He was a son of an aristocratic family who knew nothing but cultivation, and even had some inferiority complex. It was all thanks to the commander that he had transformed into such a situation in just a few months. At this time, he would not leave her alone. "That's right." Old Mo also nodded solemnly. After ordering someone to go down to inform the others, he took the lead to open the door. "Commander." "Ah, who are you?" After he walked into Red Tail's room, he saw a strange scene, which made him blurt out. At this time, Red Tail was standing aside respectfully, and in her place, a man in a silver robe was sitting. He was also wearing a silver mask, so people couldn't see his face. "Commander." Hearing Old Mo's address, the man in the silver robe laughed. "I didn't expect that after so many years, you still remember the organization system of the past." In the Star World, there were 2 commanders in White Mist. This kind of strange address was not very common. "It's just a personal hobby." Red Tail blinked her eyes and pursed her lips with a smile. Only then did Old Mo and others find that Red Tail, who was gloomy before, was now very relaxed and even in the mood to laugh. Then she looked at Old Mo and Bai Xuesheng, and said, "Don't be nervous, this is from the headquarters, Silver Mask." The man in the silver robe said casually, "Well, Your Excellency Silver Mask." Red Tail said. Although they didn't know why the man hid his identity, since he even had to cover his face, he certainly couldn't reveal his name. Old Mo and Bai Xuesheng next to him looked at the man in the silver robe with a strange expression. It was the first time that they heard that their own organization had a headquarters. If it hadn't come from the commander, no one would have believed it. "Is there a new fog mirror here?" The man in the silver robe was Ji Yunan's doppelganger of the saint. He sat quietly on the seat and asked casually. The fog mirror was the product of White Mist translation. By clearing the fog on the fog mirror, it was equivalent to translating the world's will. As long as someone completed the task specified by the world's will, Ji Yunan could get a part of the world's origin to build his own private instance. In short, the fog mirror was the real need for him to build White Mist. "Yes, all the fog mirrors are gathered here." Red Tail nodded hurriedly. Not only the fog mirrors collected by their reincarnation, but also the ones made in the Crescent World were gathered here. Ji Yunan's holy kingdom was not a heaven or a world plane, so he couldn't directly reincarnate in it. All the previous fog mirrors were brought there by Lan Sai. Now it was much easier, as long as Red Tail sent someone to reincarnate in the Crescent World and bring the fog mirrors back. "Go and get them," Ji Yunan said matter-of-factly. As soon as his voice fell, an angry voice came from the opposite side, in front of the enemy. "Don't you think about how to protect the organization? You only care about the fog mirror." It was Bai Xuesheng who spoke. He looked straight at Ji Yunan without flinching, as if he had to give an explanation. In his family, he had seen too many people who only cared about their own interests and ignored the overall situation. This kind of people were the parasites of the organization, but to his surprise, the man in the silver robe didn't even look at him. Instead, his commander glared at him and said, "You shut up." Before he could speak again, Red Tail had turned his hand and took out 2 complete fog mirrors and handed them to Ji Yunan. There is still 1 plane in the harvesting stage. If it goes well, the harvested luck can be used to make another one. Red Tail rejoiced. Fortunately, we didn't give up here. Otherwise, the collected luck would be wasted. Bai Shuesheng, Old Mo, and the others looked at each other. Then they understood that the commander insisted on staying here for this reason. Commander, I'm afraid the people from the Flying Cloud territory will arrive soon. Should we make some preparations? Old Mo pulled Bai Shuesheng behind him and said. He could see that Red Tail had left without a doubt, so he could only prepare for the battle. He hoped that the master from the headquarters could be reliable. Of course, he hoped that there were no world breakers in the Flying Cloud territory. Old Mo thought for a while and said, as long as there are no world breakers in the Flying Cloud territory, we still have a battle. There are 2. Old Mo didn't expect that the man in the silver robe would speak before the commander spoke. Moreover, he spoke in such a confident tone. Old Mo couldn't help but look a little gloomy. Who could tell the existence of the world breakers? From the information they had heard from all sides, they analyzed that the Flying Cloud territory was too confident. Maybe they had a backup plan. How could this master who had just come here from the headquarters be so sure? Bai Shuesheng was so angry that he laughed. How did you know? Chapter 283. AD on the title began. AD on the title ended 1 text chapter 323 The power of a god elite H1A style equals color, #00F. Ref equals iml next chapter at ablila border equals 0 artable border equals 0 align equals left artable border equals 0 align equals left artable border equals 0 align equals left rtdtr tabled tail gave Ji Yunan 2 coordinates. One of them included the location of Flying Cloud Hill. So, Ji Yunan went to Flying Cloud Hill first. It did not matter if there were world breakers or not. He would kill them all first. That would save him a lot of trouble. In Red Tail's room, Bai Shuesheng and the others had already left. They were checking out the situation of Flying Cloud Hill. With Ji Yunan's power, the 2 fog mirrors could be translated in the blink of an eye. He gave the 2 white mirrors to Red Tail and said, I did not kill all the workers in Flying Cloud Hill. Find someone to collect them. Red Tail was shocked, but he quickly reacted. He nodded. His heart was shocked. She thought Ji Yunan was expressing his dissatisfaction. He was not happy with the slow completion rate. Although she had not been in the bone world for long, and the workers could only be recruited in the big world, she could not say that out loud. In fact, she was overthinking things. From Ji Yunan's perspective, there was no such thing as good or bad NPCs. Everything was supposed to be like this. As for why he said that, it was because he looked at the private instance dungeon interface. A few of them were almost maxed out. If they worked hard, perhaps they could get a second instance dungeon. Even in the God Kingdom, the private instance dungeons had cooldowns. Now, Guan Hongchen and the others were very familiar with Beautiful World. If they had a new instance dungeon, their points would increase exponentially. Wait. Ji Yunan stopped Red Tail, who was getting ready to go. Are there any world breakers who have nowhere to go? Or are they willing to sell themselves? If there were suitable candidates, Ji Yunan did not mind choosing some oracles from the local area. Red Tail looked thoughtful, but after a while, he shook his head. Even in a place as harsh as the Whitebone world, world breakers rarely have nowhere to go. She was speaking the truth. With break world people's ability to enter and exit all the big planes, it was hard for them to be in a desperate situation. No matter how much he offended someone in one place, as long as he didn't die, he could just leave and run to another plane. How many planes were there in the myriad heavens? Perhaps even the 13 Star Lords didn't know, so where should they start searching? Unless they were targeted by a world-level Star Lord like Chen Han and had someone like Ji Yunan who could lock down space, they would have no choice but to submit. Otherwise, why would there be so many people willing to be subordinates of people who had reached the break-world level? People like the Xinghai Pavilion and Zhuozhuo's 5-degree monument were trained from a young age. Their practice had the shadow of the Star Lord, and they had their own businesses in the astral world. That was how they were able to be loyal. Ji Yunan sighed. He had high hopes for the outer sky's energenics. He just had to wait for the two big shots to finish fighting. Redtail said, "Mister, are you looking for some break-world cultivators to stay here?" "Yes." Gu Nan nodded. The white mist did not have a break-world person to protect it. There would be more problems in the future. He could not come here every time, and he could not make it in time every time. So, Redtail suggested, "Mister, do you remember that in the moon world, there are people who are gods of martial arts? They do not have break-world power, but if 3 or 4 of them work together, they can fight a break-world person." Hearing that, Gu Nan raised his eyebrows and said, "They are suitable." 3 days later, Gu Nan was already in the Crescent world. Redtail had settled the matters in the Bone world and followed him here as well. "Mister, the Moon world's spirit god has been gathered." Redtail took out a list and gave it to Gu Nan. "Not counting the people we might have missed, we have 15 people under our control." "That many?" Gu Nan asked with confusion. He remembered when he first came here, there were only 8 big sects. Each family had one. Now, there were that many. Redtail laughed and said, "A few decades have passed in the Moon world. We give them better practice methods, and there are no internal conflicts. More and more people have reached Spirit God." Gu Nan nodded and accepted the list. He did not say anything more. After such a long time, the nature of martial arts Spirit God had been studied. If being a break-world person was like a creature going to another level of life, then martial arts Spirit God was like going down the wrong path. Because they did not have the right direction, they went down the wrong path. They could not achieve anything. Becoming a martial arts Spirit God was much easier than becoming a break-world person. Their fighting power was not much different, but they did not have the nature of a break-world person. They were still human. Their lifespans were not long enough, and they could not do anything about space. But those kinds of people were the best to be protectors. Gu Nan did not need them to break the world. He only needed them to fight. This group of special fighting powers was something Gu Nan did not expect. After all, he was a player. He was not an omniscient god. Regarding the Moon world, he had only glanced at it. He did not care about it. Redtail had been there for 30 years, so he was more familiar with the place. World Martial Arts Tournament. Gu Nan glanced at the list briefly, but he saw other words at the back. It was a brief description of the World Martial Arts Conference and the schedule. Even the seeded players had been determined. Redtail smiled and said, "The Moon world is full of martial arts. People often argue about who is the world's first warrior. They even rank them. You can see how important this title is to them. Using the title of World's First to lure them here to fight, we can see their actual fighting power. We might even miss some rural masters." Gu Nan's mind had never been doubted. After Redtail said World's First, he immediately understood the benefits. Using this trick to rank these warriors, not only could he find out their details, but it would also be easier to manage them in the future. The treatment of World's First would be better than World's Second. If Gu Nan did it himself, he might not have thought of such an idea. But as his level increased, he paid less and less attention to these little things. This was probably one of the players' problems. When the level was too high, most people were too lazy to follow the guide. They liked to crush them. "Then let's do it." Gu Nan handed the list to Redtail. "I'll be there to watch the matches after the top 16. I'll pick some people to bring to the upper realm." "Bring to the upper realm?" Redtail was stunned. He immediately reacted and smiled. "If that's the case, I'm afraid even those old guys hiding in the mountains will come out." Gu Nan just waved his hand and asked Redtail to prepare more time. He had to capture all the illuminating god realm in the Moon world. Chapter 284. The Crescent world was in an uproar. With the World Martial Arts Tournament just around the corner, the Martial Alliance had suddenly announced its postponement. This confused many people, and they were even angry that they had been fooled. But when new news came, it was said that the masters of the upper realms would come to watch and even take some outstanding martial artists to the upper realms. The entire Crescent world fell into a carnival. Actually, in the legends of the Crescent Moon world, the highest realm of the martial Tao had always been the shattering of the void. But in reality, there hadn't been anyone at this level for thousands of years. The last suspected target was a few decades ago, when the world was unified and the Martial Alliance was established. Now, the world was controlled by the Martial Alliance. Of the 8 great sects of the past, there were only 4 left. They had all been taken in by the Alliance. The Zhongli Sword sect, which was the first to side with Ji Yunan, was naturally one of them. It was also the most powerful sect in the Alliance. Within the Zhongli Sword faction, a few young men and women were huddled together in discussion. A white-robed swordsman sat at the head of the table. It was none other than Su Wen. Dozens of years had passed, but Su Wen still looked young. However, there were some white hairs on his head. "Martial Granduncle, is the recent news true?" "Shatter the void," someone said excitedly. Could it be that the Alliance spread fake news to attract people to participate? Another girl said. She guessed half of it correctly. "Martial Granduncle, all right, all right." Su Wen waved his hand helplessly. "I rushed back to the sect just to tell you that it's true. Go and register for the competition immediately." The 2 men and 2 women in front of him were Su Wen's disciples and grand disciples. Among the 4 of them, 3 had already reached the spirit realm. The Zhongli Sword sect could be considered to have a prosperous population. The moment Su Wen finished speaking, the 4 of them fell silent. Disbelief was written all over their faces. So it's true. Is there really such a thing as breaking through the void in this world? Of course it's real. Su Wen smiled and said, "A few decades ago, I saw it with my own eyes. If that person really came back, breaking through the void would be a piece of cake." The youngsters were in an uproar again, pestering Su Wen for more stories. Su Wen did not bring up the matters of the past, only telling them to work hard on their own. "I've long since been unable to see through that person's cultivation. Now that you've returned to this world, you're most likely looking for good seedlings. Your chances might be greater than ours." Su Wen spoke his conjecture. From his point of view, if Ji Yunan had returned here, it would be for the sake of accepting a disciple. It was impossible that he had taken a fancy to their meager strength. Of course, he didn't know that his guess was right. Of course, the 4 disciples and grand disciples did not doubt their martial granduncle's guess. This was the most reasonable situation. Su Wenju encouraged the others and then said to the last girl, "Xiao, you are the latest to enter the sect, and your cultivation is still a step away from the spirit realm, but your talent is the best. You must fight well this time, understand?" "Yes, Martial Granduncle." The girl named Xiao nodded repeatedly, and her voice was still a little childish. Looking at her appearance, she was clearly only 15 or 16 years old, but she was actually close to the peak of martial arts. This talent was indeed enviable. Su Wen nodded his head in satisfaction, then sent the 4 of them back to prepare. After walking out of the room, another girl pulled a Xiao into a conversation. "Junior sister A Xiao, you have to work hard." The girl said with a chuckle, "If you can enter the spirit realm in one fell swoop before the martial arts tournament, your chances will be much higher." A Xiao looked somewhat vexed. "Senior sister Xiaoqing, I also want to break through. But every time I try to break through that barrier, there seems to be a voice in my heart saying that it's not right." Senior sister Lu Xiaoqing revealed a smug look as she pulled a Xiao forward. "Follow me, I'll bring you to find your opportunities." In the middle of the Crescent Moon world, in the middle of the city that had been renamed Martial Union City, there was a magnificent newly built garden. It was said that this was the place where the Martial Alliance was first established. Now, it had become the headquarters of the Alliance, and it was the sacred land of martial arts in the hearts of all warriors in the world. "Senior sister Xiaoqing, where are you taking me?" A Xiao had been pulled by Lu Xiaoqing for a long time, and had nearly been seen a few times. They were now in the Martial Alliance's headquarters. The people who lived here were all important figures in the upper echelons of the Alliance. If they were discovered to have sneaked in. Upon thinking of this, a Xiao immediately tried to persuade her bold senior sister, "Senior sister, let's quickly return. If we are seen by others, return? Don't you want to break through?" Lu Xiaoqing looked exasperated at her for failing to meet her expectations. "Break through?" A Xiao looked at her in a daze. She did not understand what this had to do with her breakthrough. Could it be to seek guidance from the seniors here? But how could any of these seniors compare to her martial grandaunt? As if she could read her thoughts, Lu Xiaoqing smiled mysteriously. In the past, no one could guide you, but now is different. What do you think is the most likely reason for the alliance's sudden change in attitude? Xiao was naturally intelligent from a young age, so when she heard her senior sister's words, she immediately understood. She said excitedly, definitely that senior who shattered the void has returned. He might even be here. Xiao and Lu Xiaoqing's guess was right. Ji Nan was indeed here. Not only was he in the Crescent Moon world, he was also very easy to find. In the garden, there was a newly built courtyard that was the largest, most luxurious, and had the air of a nouveau riche. Furthermore, it was placed in the middle of the garden. As long as one was slightly familiar with the alliance, they would definitely not miss it. The two girls were no exception. They quickly snuck in and immediately heard Lu Xiaoqing exclaim, "It's Senior Red Tail. I met her with Martial Grandaunt before." In front of them, a silver-robed man was leisurely lying on a recliner. And Red Tail was standing in front of him, reporting something in a low voice. In that case, that person is. Xiao cast her gaze on the silver-robed man, but she could not see anything odd about him. He looked like an ordinary person who was sunbathing. Lu Xiaoqing got up excitedly and wanted to pull Xiao over to greet him. She believed that with her junior sister's talent and perceptivity, she would definitely catch the eye of that person. If even she could not do it, then no one in the world could. However, at this moment, Xiao suddenly pulled her back and looked around vigilantly. She whispered, "Senior sister, there's someone here." "Someone?" Lu Xiaoqing was startled. "Quick, kill her, and our mission will be completed. Return immediately, don't stay." "Okay." A conversation sounded behind the two of them, but they could not understand what these words meant. Chapter 285. Be careful. Xiao's senses were sharper than her senior sister's. Almost at the same time that the four people appeared, she had already rushed out and shouted at the same time. The four people who suddenly appeared were faster than Xiao had imagined. It could be seen that each of them had extraordinary skills. Almost in the blink of an eye, they were in front of Red Tail. Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. Although she was young, she was already very rich in combat experience. At a glance, she could roughly see the realm of the four enemies. None of them were slightly weaker than her. They even seemed to have a joint attack method. It was clear that they were specially trained for assassination. More than half of the world is under the control of the Alliance. Which force can train such assassins? Xiao tried her best to chase forward, but found that she was far behind. She could not help but be shocked. There were 4 assassins like this, and Senior Redtail did not seem to have reached the realm of divine martial arts. She looked behind her anxiously, hoping that her senior sister could quickly help, but when she turned back, she saw an unfamiliar cold face. "Senior sister," Lu Xiaoqing sneered and said disdainfully, "I thought it would take a lot of effort to find the target. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Bringing along a little girl like you as an excuse is really superfluous." Hearing her senior sister's unfamiliar tone, Xiao could not help but feel a chill all over her body. Only then did she understand that these people had followed her, and the reason why her senior sister brought her was to find an excuse in case they were discovered. She was not looking for the legendary senior, she was obviously looking for Senior Red Tail. Lu Xiaoqing ignored her and just looked ahead. Over there, Red Tail had already fallen into the encirclement. The unexpected appearance of a void-breaking powerhouse had indeed disrupted their plan. Otherwise, they would not have been in such a hurry to take action. However, the mission was not completely failed. After all, it was just a powerhouse from this small plane. Their target was only Red Tail. As long as they could kill her, it did not matter even if all of them died. However, just as Lu Xiaoqing finished her thought, a voice sounded behind her, "Reincarnator?" This time, it was Lu Xiaoqing's turn to feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She did not expect that in this small plane, there would actually be someone who knew about reincarnation. Could it be that the so-called void-breaking experts were also reincarnators? She quickly turned around, but what she saw was not the silver robe, but 4 familiar figures. Her 4 companions were caught by a shadowy hand and thrown to the ground. Behind them was the expressionless face of the silver-robed man. "Which plane are you from?" he asked unhurriedly. Lu Xiaoqing didn't say anything. She just looked at him with a gloomy expression. In any case, she was a reincarnated body, so there was nothing to be afraid of if she died here. It was better to think of a countermeasure. However, Ji Yunan did not intend to wait any longer. With a carefree smile, he stepped on the head of a person on the ground. The head instantly exploded like a watermelon. That person died on the spot, and the wisp of divine soul that was reincarnated was also annihilated at the same time. However, before the divine soul dissipated, its connection with the main world was keenly captured by Ji Yunan. He followed that connection and opened up the space. Soon, he locked the coordinates of the opposite side and said casually, "This is the great martial arts world." Among the heavens and realms, there were a total of more than 100 heaven-level and realm-level main worlds. Their coordinates had long been made public. After finding the coordinates of the opposite side, Ji Yunan only needed to do a little comparison to immediately know what plane it was. Martial arts was probably one of the most popular ways of cultivation in the heavens, and there were even more people than cultivating Taoism. There were even 2 realm-level planes based on martial arts. In order to distinguish them, people called the first one the Great Martial Arts World and the later ones the Small Martial Arts World. And these people in front of Ji Yunan were obviously reincarnators from the Great Martial Arts World who came to this crescent world to carry out a mission. Since Ji Yunan went to the astral world, he had been reincarnating into other worlds until he reached the 4th level and was no longer restricted by the plane. Therefore, as half a native, Ji Yunan had never had this kind of strange experience when he met reincarnators. He looked at these people with great interest. Lu Xiaoqing's hands and feet were already cold. Seeing such a scene, how could she not understand? These were not reincarnators. They were obviously powerful people who broke the world. Originally, they were just doing a good mission. Who knew that they would meet such a powerful person? As a reincarnator, Lu Xiaoqing should not be so panicked. However, the deep-rooted fear of the world breakers made her tremble involuntarily. "What is the name of your organization?" Ji Yunan's voice was still calm. "We." Lu Xiaoqing almost said the name of her organization. However, the last bit of reason told her that since the other party was a world breaker, they could not stay for long. With a single thought, she had already directly wiped out that strand of her soul, and her body fell limply to the ground. On the other side, Aisho exclaimed. Red Tail also walked over quickly. Ji Yunan was not surprised. Reincarnators at the peak of transcendence were not fools. It was easy for them to understand the situation. The longer they stayed, the more likely it was that the world breakers would find their roots. It was better to return earlier. Unfortunately, this place is too far away. When Red Tail saw this, he naturally understood what had happened. He shook his head and sighed. If there were more spiritual souls, we might be able to find out where they came from. Ji Yunan shook his head. He returned to the long lounge chair and looked at the blue sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Red Tail did not know what he was thinking, so he did not say much. Instead, he looked at Aisho, smiled, and said, "Little girl, are you also here to assassinate me?" Of course not." Aisho looked like she was saying, "Are you kidding me?" She waved her hand. She told the whole story and kept emphasizing that her senior sister was not a bad person. She must have been possessed by a ghost. In her eyes, her senior sister might just be in a coma. In a sense, her senior sister was indeed possessed by a ghost. However, once the ghost possessed her, there was no chance of recovery. "So, you are here to ask for guidance from the senior?" Red Tail reached out and pinched Aisho's cheek. This girl seemed to have an inexplicable affinity, which made it difficult for people to have bad intentions towards her. Aisho nodded quickly and stared at Red Tail with her big bright eyes. She could not help but look at Ji Yunan. The scene of the 4 people being taken away by Ji Yunan was still in her mind. She could not even see how he did it. No wonder he was in the void-breaking realm. So, she saw Red Tail walk in front of the silver-robed senior and whisper something. She thought that senior Red Tail was helping to persuade him, so her heart was full of hope. Chapter 286. Ji Nan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Aisho coldly. That kind of indifferent gaze, as if looking down on an ant, made Aisho quite uncomfortable. No one had ever looked at her like that. She felt a little uneasy. She didn't know if it was because of what happened to her senior sister that the senior had a bad impression of her. Of course, she was thinking too much, because Ji Nan looked at everyone like that. Natural child of Providence. Ji Nan broke away from his original thoughts. With his current knowledge, he naturally had a long understanding of Providence. Providence, to put it bluntly, was not worth mentioning. It was just a manifestation of the plane's will. The plane's will could be manifested, but no one could guarantee that it would be completed. As long as the external force was strong enough, the plane's will could be trampled at will. The translation method of white mist was to guide the plane's will to create artificial children of Providence in a certain area, and then harvest them. Of course, natural children of Providence could also be used, and they were ready-made materials. It was shameful to waste them. Let her participate in the martial arts tournament, make her the world's #1, and let her Providence reach the peak. Ji Nan casually ordered, and soon closed his eyes again. Yes. Red Tail nodded, then turned to Aisho, and said with a smile, Master means that as long as you can win the world's #1, he will accept you as his personal disciple. World's #1? After Red Tail and Aisho left, Ji Nan lay alone in the courtyard, basking in the lazy afternoon sun, but his mind didn't stop thinking. The appearance of the reincarnators of the great martial arts world made him realize a loophole in his previous thinking. Ji Nan had always thought that after he adjusted the coordinates of the God Nation several times, no one could find it, but he ignored a possibility: reincarnation. If the God Nation spontaneously spread its will to the outside world and issued tasks, it would be equivalent to spreading the coordinates for no reason. As long as time passed, such a strange plane would be noticed sooner or later. Ji Nan even suspected that perhaps this was the fundamental reason why the plane and the heaven-level plane were the main world, and other planes could only be reincarnated. When I have time, I must study the nature of the plane will. Ji Nan frowned slightly. As the construction of the divine kingdom progressed step by step, he felt that he was starting to get busy again. There were more and more things to do in all aspects. It wasn't so troublesome in the game in his previous life. At the end of the day, it was because there were too many living beings and factions in the world, and there were too many experts. After standing the world's warriors up once, the Martial Alliance finally had no intention of doing it again. The #1 martial arts tournament was held as scheduled. Such a grand martial arts event was enough to satisfy the eyes of the world. Countless big shots that one would normally not even get to see were fighting in the ring, using their special skills. Not only the younger generation of the various sects, even an old man like Su Wen had personally come out. The title of #1 in the world was something that only they had the qualifications to fight for. With the end of round after round of battles, the situation gradually became clear. The top 16 had already been decided. The martial way was God mode. It was much stronger than an ordinary super. It was like the attack and defense of a break-world person. Even without the support of a rule, it was not something normal people could fight. Hence, at this stage of the martial arts tournament, it was basically a fight between the God mode realm, but there were exceptions. She is indeed someone favored by Providence. Red Tail looked at the last name on the list of top 16 and said with satisfaction, in the previous round, Aisho defeated a God mode. Ji Nan nodded. He had seen that match. Aisho, as a mortal, had used her sword truth, tactics, willpower, and even some geographical advantages to defeat her opponent. It could be said that other than her actual realm, she far exceeded her opponent in every aspect. But that's as far as it goes, right? Even a child of Providence has its limits. Red Tail said again. She was considered an expert at playing with Providence. She knew very well what the power of Providence could do. At the very least, it could not allow a person to raise their realm out of thin air. If the person who had gathered the luck was too useless, then the luck would still flow away on its own. Aisho did not have such a problem, but she was born in the Crescent world, so the Providence's power restricted her. The plane itself was warning her that the god mode of martial arts was the wrong path, so she had never been able to break through. The wrong path won't do, but what if it's the right path? Ji Nan said with a smile. The right path. Red Tail looked at Ji Nan in a daze. She had never thought of using a world breaker as a material for the fog mirror. Even the Qingqiu clan, who had researched this translation method, had never thought of such a crazy idea. Ji Nan put down Aisho's resume and said casually, her life has been too smooth. How can she use the Providence's power to its fullest? Go help her. Yes. Zhongli Sword Sect. Aisho, you are amazing. You actually defeated Elder Qin, a girl about the same age as Aisho said excitedly as she tugged at Aisho's sleeves. Elder Qin was one of the Martial Alliance's elders, and he was the god mode that Aisho had defeated. Aisho only smiled shyly. Her smile was even a bit forced, but it pulled at the wounds on her body. She had used all her strength to barely advance to the top 16, and she was covered in injuries. And the following opponents were all stronger than Elder Qin. It would be extremely difficult to obtain the title of number 1 in the world. What was that senior thinking? Aisho could not help but ponder, but before she could figure it out, she heard her companions exclaim. Who are you people? Who allowed you to barge into our Zhongli Sword Sect? Aisho looked up in shock and saw that the door had been pushed open at some point in time. A group of people entered in a single file, all of them wearing sneers on their faces. The Zhongli Sword Sect's Su Wen has ill intentions. He sent someone to assassinate the Alliance Lord. We are only acting on orders. Ladies, please do not make things difficult for us. The leader said in a deadpan manner. Nonsense. Aisho's companions berated. Martial Granduncle is an Alliance elder. How can he send someone to assassinate the Alliance Lord? The leader said coldly, the Alliance will give you justice for this matter. Now, all you need to do is follow us. The girl still wanted to say something, but Aisho's heart turned cold. She had indeed seen senior sister Xiaoqing assassinate senior Red Tail with her own eyes. Could it be that the results of the investigation were Martial Granduncle? Aisho's thoughts raced. Seeing the other party surging towards her, she could not be bothered to think further. She drew her sword on the spot. The next day, the Martial Alliance announced to the world that the Zhongli Sword Sect had attempted to assassinate the Alliance Lord. The Alliance had sent troops to suppress them. The main culprit, Su Wen, was killed on the spot. Along with 3 Soul Illumination Realm warriors, the upper echelons of the Zhongli Sword Sect were all captured. Only Su Wen's most beloved disciple, Aisho, was still on the run. She was wanted by the world. 3 days later, the number 1 martial arts tournament officially came to an end. The Venerate Heaven Sect's sect master won the title of number 1 in the world. Together with the other 9 Soul Illumination Realm warriors, they were brought to the upper realm by a mysterious senior. It was the envy of countless people. And when the 10 warriors from the Crescent Moon world arrived in the Bone world, Ji Yunan's sage body had already appeared in the frontlines plain, Ti Luotian. Chapter 287. The title began with Ad. The title ended with Ad 1 Chapter 327 Glass Jade Bone H1A Style equals Color, #00F, Ref equals 565-1341. HTML Next Chapter at oblilage border equals 0 T-artable border equals 0 Align equals left T-artable border equals 0 Align equals left T-artable border equals 0 Align equals left TRTD table. The time arena was a different kind of dungeon. Time inside was completely still compared to the outside world. In other words, when the dungeon started, the outside world would see the result immediately. There was no need to wait. To get the Sand of Time, Ji Yunan had to do some preliminary work. Ti Luo Sha. Ji Yunan stepped out of the space tunnel. The place was already very crowded. Shi Jitian's enlistment order had attracted a bunch of break-world people. There were even star leaders who had yet to claim an astral world. The Sand of Time could only be used in the astral world. Not everyone knew that. Most people only had a superficial understanding of the Fairyland. It's open. It's open. There was a voice next to him. Ji Yunan looked up and saw a blue orb glowing in the air. It was the time arena. This strange dungeon was a round orb. The dungeon was hidden inside the orb. Countless people started to rise up. They rushed into the orb. Ji Yunan was not in a rush. The dungeon had just opened. There was still a long way to go. Ji Yunan looked around the crowd. It was as if he was looking for something. As the people left, Ti Luosha was empty. He did not have to search. A voice was heard. Mr. Ji Yunan? Lu Weining saw Ji Yunan. He was leading a group of people toward him. Apart from Lu Weining and Fang Yanqing, Ji Yunan's senior sister, who he had met before, there were 2 other new companions. You came at the right time. I was looking for you, Ji Yunan said immediately when he saw Lu Weining. Lu Weining was very happy. He thought that Ji Yunan had finally thought it through and decided to enter the time arena with him. It was not that he wanted to ride on Lu Shen's coattails. On the contrary, because of his family heritage and senior Lu, he was very confident that he would be able to get the treasure in the end. He wanted to bring along his former teammate, Ji Yunan. Who are these 2? Ji Yunan pointed at the 2 new companions beside him and asked. Lu Weining wanted to invite him to join them, but when he heard Ji Yunan's question, he introduced him first. His new companions were also a man and a woman. The woman was petite and had the demeanor of a little girl. It was said that she was the only daughter of the Bone Realm Star Lord, and her name was Bai Qiaozhen. She was somewhat fated with Ji Yunan. The latter had just left the Bone Realm, and in the blink of an eye, he had run into the daughter of the Bone Realm Star Lord. The other was a youth dressed in luxurious clothes. His face was filled with arrogance, and he looked at Ji Yunan like a young master in the city looking at a country bumpkin. His name was Luo Zi, and he was indeed a young master. He was born in Shijitian, and his grandfather was also a Star Lord. In a super plane like the 13 skies, there were Star Lords attached to it. Just like in the world of gods, the god kingdom of the Lord would also have subordinate gods. Shijitian. Ji Yunan looked at Luo Zi, a cold smile on his face. He had specially come to Luosha to find Luo Zi. He had not agreed to Lu Wen's request, so this Star Lord of Shijitian would definitely find someone else to help him. To obtain the Sands of Time, he first had to disrupt Lu Wen's plans. That's right. You're Ji Yunan? I've heard of you. Luo Zi was very tall, and his features could be considered handsome. At this moment, he was looking down at Ji Yunan from above. Ji Yunan ignored him and looked upwards. He had found Shijitian's men, so was Lu Wen watching over here? If he was, he should have made his move already. The arrogance on Luo Zi's face deepened, but he did not have the slightest intention of being careless. Instead, he formed a spell, which his grandfather had specially prepared for him. On the surface, Luo Zi looked like a hedonistic young master. Even in front of Lu Weining, he had always maintained this image, but in reality, he was very meticulous. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen to carry out this mission. In order to send him to Lu Weining's side, they had even arranged for a chance encounter, and through Bai Qiaozhen, they had successfully contacted him with Lu Weining. As for Ji Yunan, his grandfather's only order was to infuriate him at all costs, and then use grandfather's spell to kill him. This person was the first person chosen by that person. It was just that his brain was damaged, and he did not agree, which was why he had this chance. If he suddenly changed his mind, then wouldn't he lose everything? Completing that person's orders, this kind of opportunity was not something that one would have every day. Lu Weining saw that the atmosphere between the 2 was not quite right, and hurriedly stood between them. He first said to Ji Yunan, Mr. Ji Yunan, Luo Zi, move aside. Luo Zi did not wait for him to finish, and had already pushed him aside. Staring at Ji Yunan, he said, I've heard that you're the reincarnation of some heavenly demon. This young master doesn't care whether you're a demon or not. Before he could finish, he saw a hand suddenly reach over, and with a heart-palpitating force, it landed fiercely on his face. It was Ji Yunan, seeing that Lu Wen was not paying attention to this side, hurriedly sent a slap over, directly sending Luo Zi flying far away. But Ji Yunan did not delay, and immediately walked over there. This Luo Zi's strength was definitely not weak, and seemed to have used some kind of secret technique to temper his body. His physique was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Lu Weining seemed to be shocked by Ji Yunan's actions, and was momentarily speechless. Instead, it was his senior sister Fang Yanqing who blocked in front of Ji Yunan. "What are you doing?" Fang Yanqing glared angrily at Ji Yunan. "Even if Luo Zedi's attitude isn't too good, how can you randomly hit people?" But Ji Yunan did not even look at her. His left hand grabbed her hair, and heavily smashed her to the side. Fang Yanqing was like a black arrow, accurately shooting into the building at the side, instantly creating a pile of ruins. Ji Yunan had already arrived in front of Luo Zi, and lifted him up. The latter was looking at him with a face full of terror, and the technique in his hands had fallen to the side. No matter how powerful the technique was, it still needed time to be activated. And the most embarrassing thing for Luo Zi was that Ji Yunan's movements were so fast that he could not react at all. Wait! Luo Zi shouted loudly, trying to attract Ji Yunan's attention. As long as he used words to delay the other for a few seconds, he could take a few steps forward and try to snatch the technique. His physique was far superior to ordinary people, and Ji Yunan's slap had actually only caused him some minor injuries. His movements were not affected. As long as he could snatch the technique back, he could call upon his grandfather's power, he would definitely fart. Before Luo Zi could finish his thought, he suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It was Ji Yunan's fist that had landed on his abdomen, almost smashing his abdomen. I'll fight it out with you." Luo Zi was in so much pain that he could not control himself. Finally, he threw aside his *T rationality, no longer caring about hiding himself, and frantically activated the power of law. Thus, a white jade light lit up on his body, reflecting all the bones in his body. His skin and flesh looked like they were illusory. Chapter 288. Add-on the title began. Add-on the title ended 1 text chapter 328 Invincible Spatial Power. H1A style equals color, #00F, ref equals iml next chapter at ablila border equals 0 tartable border equals 0 align equals left tartable border equals 0 align equals left tartable border equals 0 align equals left trtd table. Out of Lu Weining's group, Bai Qiaozhen was probably the one who understood the situation the most. She didn't understand the inside story between Ji Yunan and Shi Jitian, but she was well aware of their identities. The 13 heavens was mysterious, but that was only because the star masters of the 13 heavens were high above them. The other people in the star realm, weren't they just mortals? She knew that Luo Zi wasn't a simple person. He had taken a big detour to get close to Lu Weining, so it wasn't as simple as just making friends. And that Ji Yunan was said to be the reincarnation of a 9 Serenities heavenly demon. He was incomparably powerful, and there were rumors that he was the strongest under the Star Masters. It was just that she didn't know when he would be able to take that step. These two people didn't seem to get along, so she didn't know where the conflict came from. But this didn't concern her, Bai Qiaozhen. She just wanted to use this opportunity to see the cards in their hands. Now that Luo Zi had laid his cards on the table, even Bai Qiaozhen didn't think that he would actually cultivate the glass jade bone. The glass jade bone was an ancient body tempering technique. In the 13 heavens, there were many secret techniques like this, but there were very few people who actually cultivated it. The ancient techniques weren't necessarily stronger than the modern techniques, and they had all kinds of flaws. For example, this glass jade bone was indeed one of the strongest body tempering techniques, but very few people were willing to cultivate it because it was extremely difficult to cultivate. This difficulty didn't mean how many precious resources were needed, or how high a talent was needed, but it required the word ruthlessness. To cultivate the glass jade bone, one had to scrape off their own skin and flesh, soak their bones in a special medicinal liquid, and train for 9 by 9 by 9 for 81 days. During these 81 days, he had to constantly scrape off his bones and flesh to ensure that new skin and flesh could not grow back. Furthermore, it was impossible for a living person to have his flesh and blood shaved clean in one go. He could only refine a portion of his bones each time. How many people could endure such pain? Naturally, this pain was exchanged for incomparably powerful strength. It was said that once the glazed jade bone was cultivated to the greater mastery stage, One's bones would be able to withstand magic weapons of the same level. In the truest sense, one would be invulnerable to weapons of the same level. From the moment Bai Qiaozhen saw the glass jade bone, the way she looked at Luo Ziyi had changed. She looked at him with a hint of admiration. Since it was the glass jade bone, if Ji Yunan wanted to kill Luo Ziyi, then, catcher. Ji Yunan kicked Luo Ziyi's leg, and the bone that was glowing with white jade splendor was instantly crushed. Ji Yunan turned to look at her and said, "What bone did you say just now?" He heard the little girl mumble something, but he couldn't hear what she said. Meanwhile, Bai Qiaozhen's mouth was wide open. How could she have the energy to answer him? A piercing pain came from his leg, but Luo Ziyi felt even more pain in his heart. The glass jade bone was actually broken by a kick. Then why had he endured all these years and endured all these years of pain? What was it for? For a moment, Luo Ziyi was a little lost. Ji Yunan didn't care about what he was thinking. He punched Luo Ziyi's chest again, breaking a few of his ribs. The glass jade bone dimmed a little. This jade bone could only resist magic tools of the same level, but Ji Yunan's heretic god body could twist magic tools of the same level like a fried dough twist. "Mr. Ji Yunan!" A loud shout came from behind Ji Yunan. It was Lu Weining who finally spoke. He raised his golden sword and said with a straight face, "Mr. Ji Yunan, this is the last time I will call you that. You hit me for no reason." Bang! Ji Yunan's punch landed on his face. Lu Weining was instantly sent flying, his golden sword falling to the side. After sending Lu Weining flying with a punch, Ji Yunan returned to Luo Ziyi's side and attacked. This time, he wanted to break his spine. Ji Yunan's goal had always been to kill Luo Ziyi and disrupt Lu Wen's plans. As for Lu Weining, whom Lu Wen had decided to be the main character of this generation, he didn't care about him at all. Even if he was the main character, he had to follow the basic rules. High up in the sky, a soft sigh sounded. The mysterious laws of time revolved around him. Lu Wen was still staring at the time god Brahma, but he could sense Lu Weining's unexpected injury. Lu Wen, who had split a bit of his attention, instantly understood what had happened to Luo Shi. He said to the huge dragon on his shoulder, "Go help him." The huge silver dragon was still standing on his shoulder. Its huge body swayed slightly as it said doubtfully, "Didn't he say that he would snatch the item after the battle?" Humans are all liars. Lu Wen had a helpless smile. He said he would snatch it after the battle. He didn't say he wouldn't kill anyone before the battle. The big silver dragon was silent for a while. It didn't say anything more. It flapped its silver wings, broke space, and descended into the world. In Luo Shi, Ji Yunan grabbed Luo Ziyi, whose life and death were unknown, with one hand as he shattered his bones one by one. Lu Weining and his elder sister were both injured by Ji Yunan. Only Bai Qiaozhen was there. While Lu Weining was unconscious, a silver light came down from the sky. A strange rule presence covered Ji Yunan's body. Therefore, taking advantage of this critical moment when Lu Weining was unconscious, a streak of silver descended from the 9 heavens, and an inexplicable law aura had already enveloped Ji Yunan. While Lu Weining was unconscious, a silver light came down from the sky. A strange rule presence covered Ji Yunan's body. Then, the place where he was at was cut in half, and the entire space was torn apart. Ji Yunan had been working on Luo Ziyi for a long time, but he couldn't get rid of him. Now, he was cut in half. The big silver dragon was clearly a born god. It was born with Star-Lord class power. It was just a level away. The big silver dragon's body spun in the air for a while. It slowly stopped in the air. It stood up like a human. It quietly looked at Ji Yunan. Humans really don't keep their promises. Her voice was very cold. It had a natural nobility to it. It made people feel ashamed. Ji Yunan wasn't interested in replying to her. He turned around and opened up space to leave. He had come to kill Luo Ziyi. He had achieved his goal. At this time, he noticed the space in front of him suddenly became very tough. It was not easy to open it. He felt a sense of danger again. Ji Yunan's body disappeared again. The space around him cracked. The big silver dragon coldly floated in the air. The space power followed him like a shadow. It made Ji Yunan run for his life. The energy of space is practically invincible against opponents of the same cultivation realm, let alone Ji Yunan, who's still a step away. Bai Qiaozhen witnessed everything clearly from the side, and she couldn't help but sigh. Of course, she recognized this dragon. It was that person's pet. It was one of the legendary dragons of creation, the space dragon. However, she didn't expect Ji Yunan to suddenly turn around and rush toward the ground. He picked up a figure in the blink of an eye. It was Lu Weining. He placed the unconscious Lu Weining in front of him, and the space that had been splitting apart along with him came to an abrupt halt in that instant. The big silver dragon was silent for a while. She quickly said, "It's useless. You can't escape from this space. Using him as a shield will only buy you some time." As she said that, the cracked space quickly changed direction. It went around Lu Weining and rushed toward Ji Yunan. However, Ji Yunan was faster. He carried Lu Weining with one hand and rushed forward. He appeared in front of the big silver dragon in a blink of an eye. The giant dragon's eyes suddenly widened, and her originally upright body bent down. Ji Yunan's merciless punch landed on her soft abdomen. Who said I was going to escape? Chapter 289. Roar. An enraged roar resounded in Diluoshi. The giant silver dragon began to thrash about wildly in midair, terrifying spatial power spreading out in all directions, practically about to tear everything in the surroundings to shreds. Fortunately, the enraged giant silver dragon was no longer in the mood to control the laws, and the spatial power that it instinctively scattered was not condensed enough. Otherwise, just this blow from her would be enough to crush Lu Weining into pieces. But Lu Weining was in an unconscious state after all, and only withstanding it with his Tier 4 body, he was still instantly riddled with holes by the spatial power. But Ji Yunan could not be bothered to care about Lu Weining's life or death, casually tossing him to one side, while sticking close to the giant silver dragon's abdomen, at the same time swaying up and down, left and right in a disorderly manner. The giant silver dragon recovered from the intense pain, but its abdomen suffered a few more punches, and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. The giant silver spatial dragon was called Long Longer, and this name was even given by Lu Wen. Calculating in terms of the dragon race's lifespan, Long Longer was actually not very old, and did not experience many battles either. She mostly relied on her instincts to fight. In comparison, Ji Yunan's experience was too abundant. Not only did he know all the weaknesses of the dragon race, he was even more incomparably familiar with spatial laws. Spatial laws were pretty strong, and had very interesting ways to play with it regardless of whether it was in terms of combat or support. But this giant dragon in front of him was clearly still at the beginner level. Towards this kind of rookie who only knew how to tier space, she just needed to get close to the opponent, and it would be enough to stun the opponent. Long Longer was like a human wielding a sharp blade right now, with a bee flying around her abdomen crazily, and even stinging her from time to time, making her very annoyed, yet she did not dare to land the blade. If this blade landed, the chances of hitting the opponent was very small, but injuring herself was practically guaranteed. That's right, Ji Yunan was bullying Long Longer for her lack of experience, and her lack of meticulous control, completely unable to grasp her own position. While Long Longer was still in a daze, Ji Yunan's movements did not stop, using both his hands and feet to strike the giant dragon's abdomen. If not for the fact that the dragon's body was innately powerful, plus Long Longer's innate divine spirit strength, her abdomen would probably have been pierced through by him already. Long Longer finally couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Her figure rapidly shrank, and actually transformed back into a human form. It was the appearance of the young girl that Ji Yunan had seen before. Using the space created by shrinking her body, she quickly set up a space barrier between her and Ji Yunan. Only then did she start to pant. "You're not too stupid." Ji Yunan smiled, but didn't pay any more attention to her. He turned around, tore open a spatial crack, and stepped into it. Long Longer, who had been beaten to such a state by him, did not even have the time to take care of herself. She had long since lost the ability to lock space. After killing Luo Zi, Ji Yunan's sage body left Teluoshi and found a random plane to stay in, observing the situation on the front lines. Ji Yunan didn't doubt that the sand of time would fall into Lu Weining's hands. Although I don't know what Van Loon's goal is, I don't think it's for the blueprint. A main god of his level doesn't lack a special building. Yet, Lu Wen wanted to obtain the Sand of Time for Lu Wenying. Could it be that Fan Lun also had a junior that he wanted to take care of? How could there be such a coincidence? Based on Ji Yunan's understanding of Fan Lun, this kid had most likely discovered Lu Wen's movements and came all the way here to join in the fun, giving his opponent some trouble. As a member of the younger generation of the 12 main gods, Fan Lun was someone who liked to join in on the fun. He was often seen everywhere, and Ji Yunan had already seen him in his past life. However, in the game in his past life, there was no such thing as the world of gods. Fan Lun's activities were all within the Pantheon world, and he often incurred the wrath of the heavens. This wait went on for 3 days. Countless lights and shadows entered the bead at the front lines. Ji Yunan wasn't at the front lines, so he couldn't see who had entered at all. He couldn't be bothered to watch anymore. In any case, Lu Wenying would definitely be saved and sent to the time arena. He just didn't know who would enter with him. Luo Zi was dead, so Lu Wenying would definitely need another helper. Lu Wen knew that Ji Yunan would make a move to snatch it, so he would definitely have prepared a backup plan for him. Ji Yunan also knew that Lu Wen knew, so he killed Luo Zi at the last moment, leaving Lu Wen no time to arrange any other methods, and could only use that backup plan in advance. However, at the end of the day, this was also because he had enough strength to prevent Luo Zi from using the godly skill of calling his parents. He could also give the space dragon a good beating, which was why he could leisurely escape. Lu Wen definitely had Star Master level existences under him, but at the front lines, they might not dare to show themselves openly. Otherwise, they would just have to wait for the rain of time to wash their hair. Even Long Ling if not for the fact that he had no other choice, Lu Wen probably wouldn't have sent her. Ji Yunan calmly looked at the front lines. The time arena was about to be activated, and due to the fact that time was still, it would end in an instant after it was activated, and the result would be revealed. When that time came, Ji Yunan. A crisp voice sounded beside Ji Yunan. The latter immediately turned around, only to see a petite figure. Bai Qiaozhen was looking at Ji Yunan with a grin, as if she was very interested in him. She actually didn't follow Lu Wenying in. "How did you find me?" Ji Yunan said expressionlessly, as if the princess of the bone world in front of him was just a skeleton. Bai Qiaozhen looked at him amusedly. "You came to my territory, and you're asking me how I found you?" Ji Yunan looked down, and only then did he realize that the spatial tunnel he had casually opened had led him to the bone world. This wasn't strange. He had just left the bone world, so he had chosen this place to return to. Normally speaking, even an expert like Lu Wen wouldn't be able to spy on other people's star realms. At most, they would only be able to watch from the outside world when something big happened. However, Bai Qiaozhen was the only daughter of the Bone World Star Lord, so it really wasn't difficult for her to find him. After realizing this, Ji Yunan turned his head back. Bai Qiaozhen didn't have what he needed, so he wasn't interested in continuing this conversation with her. Bai Qiaozhen was a little dazed by his reaction. However, she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she moved closer to Ji Yunan and asked, "You're looking at the blessed grotto heaven, aren't you? Are you trying to snatch it?" Her guess was pretty accurate, but in reality, she hadn't entered the blessed grotto heaven yet. She was just observing from the outside. Ji Yunan wasn't the only one who had this thought. Ji Yunan continued to ignore her. He felt that there was no need to answer someone who was worthless. After being ignored for the second time, Bai Qiaozhen's mouth twitched. She couldn't help but threaten him, "Don't forget where we are. If you don't answer me properly, you can try." Ji Yunan finally turned around and replied to Bai Qiaozhen for the first time. However, this was definitely not what she wanted to hear. Bai Qiaozhen didn't feel any killing intent from Ji Yunan's words, but she had an inexplicable feeling that she was really going to die. Chapter 290. The uniqueness of the time arena meant that fighting for the final reward of this instance dungeon was a very dangerous matter. Not only did they have to deal with the competitors in the instance dungeon, but they also had to deal with the people who didn't manage to squeeze in afterwards. Fortunately, not many people knew about this, and not everyone was staring at the bead. Most of the people sighed and left when they saw that they were a step late. Therefore, when the bead's golden light lit up a second time, and everyone was thrown back into the original plane, someone finally reacted. The blessed land has opened again. Snatch the treasure. Are you an idiot? This is clearly a sign that the blessed enclave has been completely closed, and the treasures have already been taken away. Who snatched the treasure in the end? Several of the major frontline planes were instantly in an uproar. These planes weren't big to begin with, so it was easy to see who went to which plane. Someone immediately shouted, "It's Lu Weiniang." Purple Sieve Heaven's Taoist Shen Qing's disciple, Lu Weiniang, is in lifting heaven. Naturally, Lu Weiniang wasn't an idiot. He had been preparing to escape from the moment he left the time arena. However, his movements were slower than usual, because there were two seriously injured people beside him that needed to be taken care of. He had to bring them along with him. One of them was his senior sister Fang Yanqing, while the other was a senior that he had met in the time arena and felt like old friends at first sight. If the two of them hadn't fought to the death, he probably wouldn't have been able to obtain the treasure. Thinking of this, Lu Weiniang's eyes reddened, and he shouted, "Senior sister, Senior Hong, you must hold on. I'll bring you back to Purple Sieve Heaven. Master will definitely be able to cure you." That's him. His Lu Weiniang. At this moment, someone beside him shouted. Someone had recognized Lu Weiniang. The time arena didn't limit the number of people who could enter, but most people would be eliminated in the first round. However, they still knew who had the treasure. In the Bone World, Bai Qiaozhen was also watching the front line. When she heard that the treasure had fallen into Lu Weiniang's hands, a look of realization appeared on her face. A middle-aged man appeared behind Bai Qiaozhen and said in a low voice, "Eldest miss, do you want us to make a move? What's the rush?" Bai Qiaozhen faintly said, "The people of Meru Heaven, Thunder Sound World, and Bai Yuan Heaven have yet to make a move. There's also that Ji Yunan." There weren't many big planes that were interested in the Blessed Enclave, but they weren't few either. Bai Qiaozhen only needed one look to know which great astral realms had their eyes on Ti Luosha. However, she did not care too much about these people. The only one she truly cared about was Ji Yunan. Even though the Bone Realm was a new astral realm, its power and foundation far surpassed that of ordinary realm-level realms. It could be considered one of the most powerful realm-level realms. Therefore, Bai Qiaozhen was not afraid of clashing with other astral realms. Instead, she was most worried about Ji Yunan. This fellow was someone who even dared to beat up that dragon. At the same time, similar conversations were taking place in the other major astral realms. Let's see. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. Let's wait for those families to turn the world upside down before we make a move. We're from the main plane. How can we join them to fight for treasures? When Ti Luosha was mentioned, a few people surrounded him. They looked at Lu Weiniang with ill intentions. "Friend Lu, look. So many people know you took the treasure. You can't keep it, so why don't you just hand it over?" Lu Weiniang coldly looked around. He did not waste any time. He turned his hand and pulled out his gold sword. He went to stab at the people around him. "Friend Lu," Lu Weiniang's sword was too sudden. The person who had spoken was unable to react in time. He was almost stabbed in the heart. It was not easy for him to dodge it. Lu Weiniang was not going to stop. His sword glowed with a gold light. A rule power that could break everything exploded. There was an indescribable, unknown power in it. The power of that explosion was far beyond what Lu Weiniang had used before. It was almost at the peak of the Break World class. The sword pierced through his opponent's throat. He did not show any mercy. The others were shocked. That sword, no matter whether it was the power or the style, was different from the Lu Weiniang they had seen before. Lu Weiniang coldly looked at them. They did not know that after he took the treasure, he had to pay a price to take it away. Even elder sister and senior Hong. With this in mind, Lu Weiniang's gaze became resolute again. He faced forward and declared, "This treasure was obtained by my senior sister and senior Hong after risking their lives. It doesn't belong to me alone. I won't let you take it away." His words were loud and clear. It made the few Break World people not dare to go forward. They took a few steps back and watched. At this time, a black shadow came from the sky. It was headed for Lu Weiniang. Lu Wenying's nerves were very tense. He was more alert than ever. He did not even think about it. He turned his hand and stabbed forward. However, he did not expect his opponent to grab his golden sword with a casual grab. The scary rule power on the sword was crazily churning. An infinite sword air went everywhere, but the person's hand did not leave a mark. He held the gold sword tightly. Lu Wenying was shocked. He looked at Ji Yunan's face. He was very angry. He thought about how he had invited him to go with him to the secret area to get the treasure. If he wanted to, he could have gone with him. Why did he have to steal it now? Mr. Ji Yunan, even you want to steal it? Pang! Ji Yunan punched him in the face, causing his face to split open. Blood spurted out from his nose, and he fainted instantly. Not dead. Ji Yunan looked at him strangely. He did not blow up his head. Lu Wenying's head might have been a bit weird. He was too lazy to think about it. He put his right hand into Lu Wenying's chest. He pulled out a gold light from his chest. No one knew where the sand of time was hidden better than Ji Yunan. At the same time, the onlookers also turned their attention to Ji Yunan. Ji Yunan? Why is he the first one to come out? Is he not afraid of everyone attacking him? Bai Qiaozhen frowned as she watched the scene. She was confused. From her point of view, the stronger the person, the later they would choose to appear. Because they were the strongest, they could easily attract the other competitors to join forces. On the contrary, if they appeared later, the others would have finished fighting. That would make it easier for them to make a move. In any case, the treasure wouldn't run away. In the Thunderclap realm, a golden-haired youth stood in the void. He could not help but sneer. This is the reincarnation of that 9 underworld's heavenly demon, right? He doesn't even know the principle of the Oriole behind. He is indeed a confused heavenly demon. In Bai Yuantian, a lady in palace clothes said calmly that Ji Yunan will not be able to escape. He is preparing to steal the treasure. That person has a backup plan. In the various dimensions, orders were sent out. They were either on standby or preparing to launch a surprise attack. Their target was Diluo Shi. In Diluo Shi, the sand of time had landed in Ji Yunan's hands. He opened a spatial rift and was about to leave when another aura appeared. The old man who had been lying on the ground and addressed as Senior Hong by Lu Wenying suddenly opened his eyes. His body suddenly exploded, and a half-corporeal, half-illusory figure appeared in front of Ji Yunan. "My lord predicted that you would appear," Senior Hong's illusory figure said with a faint smile. "The 9 underworld's heavenly demon has a monstrous demonic aura and an invincible physical body. However, you would never have thought that there would still be a nemesis in this world." In the Whitebone world, Bai Qiaozhen could not help but sigh when she saw this scene. A phantom body is truly the nemesis of body tempering experts. Phantom bodies were not an impressive constitution. They did not have a physical body, so physical injuries would be greatly reduced. Most experts in this world fought with the power of laws. What was the use of a phantom body? However, Ji Yunan was the reincarnation of a 9 underworld's heavenly demon. He walked the path of becoming a sage with his physical body, which was why he was countered by a phantom body. "Prepare to make a move." Bai Qiaozhen shook her head. Ji Yunan is still too impatient. If he waits just a bit, that phantom body will definitely attack someone else first. However, at this moment, Ji Yunan expressionlessly glanced at Senior Hong and raised his right hand. Far away in the void, Ji Yunan's main body suddenly opened his eyes in his divine kingdom. A surge of power descended upon Diluo world through an indescribable method. Divine envoys could borrow the power of a god. Naturally, the avatars of a god in the mortal world could do the same. However, there were some limitations. Ji Yunan normally only used the abilities of his Smurf to fight, but that did not mean that his main body had fallen asleep. In the face of this phantom body that had suddenly appeared, the shadow power of his main body instantly descended upon Diluo world and Senior Hong through his avatar. An unimaginably majestic shadow burst forth. Senior Hong did not even have a chance to make a sound before his divine soul was destroyed. This was the power of a 6th rank law. Everyone who was about to enter Diluo world stopped in their tracks. Then, They watched as Ji Yunan stepped into the spatial passageway with the treasure. Chapter 291. Under the blue screen of water, a young girl clad in silver light slowly walked out. Her hand touched her abdomen, as if she was still feeling pain. But she also knew that her injuries had already completely recovered. However, that feeling was unable to be erased from her mind. Ever since the young girl gained self-awareness, she had never been beaten so badly by someone. "How do you feel?" Lu Wen still had a calm and indifferent look on his face, as if the sand of time being snatched away by Ji Yunan was just a small matter. "I'm fine," Long Longer said with some lingering fear. Every time she recalled the scene back then, she felt as if her abdomen wasn't stung by a bee, but bitten by a venomous snake, but the item was snatched away by him. Long Longer was still a little indignant as she spoke of the sand of time. "It doesn't matter." Lu Wen smiled and shook his head, not explaining the reason. Instead, he let Long Longer reflect on the events of the previous battle. That Ji Yunan only sent a doppelganger here previously. His strength is far from yours, but he was able to beat you to the point where you couldn't even retaliate. Have you thought about why? Long Longer was silent for a while. "I lack combat experience." She was very clear about this. She even knew that if the item hadn't been snatched away by Ji Yunan, she might have been the first to use it. Lu Wen smiled. "Then go make up for what you're lacking." "All right." Long Longer nodded. She actually really walked out. Her figure very quickly disappeared from this place. It was unknown which dimension she had gone to. After Long Longer left, another person walked out from behind Lu Wen. It was Duan Wunchi from the Astral Gate. Seeing him appear, Lu Wen instantly smiled and greeted him. "You people from the Astral Gate stole my item. You've got to give me an explanation." Duan Wunchi was a representative of the Astral Gate. At the same time, he was a famous Star Lord. The Nine Heavens dragon world he controlled was only a step away from becoming a world-level dimension. What very few people knew was that he and Lu Wen of the 13 Heavens had been good friends since they were young. Even now, they were still good friends. Adding on to Lu Wen's easygoing personality, the two of them had never been in a relationship of master and subordinate, but good friends. Compared to Lu Wen, Duan Wunchi's personality was more inflexible, as she solemnly replied, "I'll give you an explanation." Lu Wen was taken aback, before helplessly patting him on the shoulder. "No need to take it seriously. Just give him the sand of time. We still have important matters to attend to." "What is it?" Lu Wen sighed softly. "It's time to teach little kids how to kill." Within the Divine Kingdom, Ji Yunan's main body sat within the evil god's palace, playing with a piece of golden sand in his hand. It was the sand of time that he had snatched from Lu Wenying. After leaving Diluor world that day, the saint's body had traversed through space several times, and he had finally left the group of pursuers behind. After lying low for a few days and confirming that no one knew the location of his clone, Ji Yunan personally went to a small plain and retrieved the sand of time. As for the saint's body, he was still allowed to stay in the outside world. Since he had come into contact with a main god, he should never enter the Divine Kingdom ever again. With the sand of time in hand, Ji Yunan had no intention of waiting any longer. With a wave of his hand, he scattered the sand of time into the evil divine temple. Blueprint detected. Time Colosseum. Do you want to build it? The evil divine temple's notification came as usual, and Ji Yunan immediately confirmed it. Not long after, an exquisite mini-arena was erected in the middle of the hall. This arena was pitifully small, even smaller than the other buildings within the evil divine temple. There was not even enough space for a single person to stand in the entire arena. However, Ji Yunan knew that all buildings within the evil divine temple would be reduced in size. In the outside world, this time Colosseum would probably be as big as a mountain, and the space inside would be even bigger. The Time Colosseum was a special level 3 building, so it naturally had the ability to fold space. The Time Colosseum's ability was also very powerful. It allowed God's envoys to enter and engage in continuous simulated battles in order to improve their skills. The price was, of course, points. And because of the building's own characteristics, this process did not take up any time. In other words, this was a place where God's envoys could be fed dog food to level up, but God's servants and God's citizens could not use it. Even Gu Nan himself could not use it. God's envoys, God's servants, and God's citizens, these three different types of God Nation living beings formed the God Nation's ecosystem. And the three also had their own corresponding God Nation buildings, so there were very few situations where they were mixed up. The God's envoy system has to be perfected. After obtaining the Time Colosseum, this was the first thing that Gu Nan thought of. The evil God games in his previous life were known to be highly realistic. God's envoys were similar to the heroes in previous games, so of course, they were not always loyal. Apart from the loyalty attribute, there were more hidden factors. For example, right now, Guan Hongchen, Lei Qi, and Lei Ba were basically working for Gu Nan for free, and the remuneration they received was mostly material resources from the God Nation. Although the value was not low, they could not leave the God Nation, which meant that they had nowhere to use it, and most of them could not use it for their own cultivation. This could be maintained for a short period of time, but if it continued for hundreds or thousands of years, no one would be able to endure it. This was also the problem that Gu Nan needed to solve: how to manage God's envoys. Real gods would not encounter such a situation, because their God's envoys were all fanatics. Not to mention working for free, they could even sacrifice their lives. As evil gods, the players had abandoned the attribute of faith. While they enjoyed the convenience of not being bound, they would naturally lose some of the benefits. Of course, this was not a problem for the player's intellect. After all, managing NPCs was much more convenient than managing players. Red Tail was in the Bone World, settling down the Conduit Realm martial artists who had ascended to this world. Suddenly, a few messages appeared in her mind. Rebuilding the White Mist, received 300 God Nation contribution points. Assisting the Crescent World's ascension, received 50 God Nation contribution points. There were more than 10 messages in total. They listed the things that Red Tail had done recently, and each of them was marked with the corresponding contribution points. Of course, not all of them were obtained. For example, her request for help had consumed some contribution points, but the amount was far less than the reward for building the White Mist. This is. Red Tail read the messages and immediately understood. She knew that Gu Nan wanted to use this method to manage the God's envoys. Red Tail had been in charge of the reincarnation organization for many years, so she was no stranger to this method. In fact, many people could do this, but the key was what the contribution points could do. As long as they were given enough tempting benefits, they could use any method to make people work. I must go back and take a look when I have time, Red Tail thought. She did not intend to go back in a hurry. The people of the Crescent World had just arrived, and although they had settled down, she still needed to stay and oversee things. However, the next moment, a figure in blue appeared in front of her. It was Lan Sai. Chapter 292. The evil god's temple was filled with people as far as the eye could see. Since the establishment of Gu Nan's god kingdom, there had never been so many oracles gathered here at the same time. Guan Hongchen and the other two were in charge of clearing the dungeon, Lan Sai and Yang Xiaoxiao were in charge of managing the god kingdom, and Red Tail was in charge of the White Mist. It's rare for all of you to show up at the same time, Gu Nan said in front of everyone. Some of you probably don't know each other, right? Upon hearing this, Guan Hongchen and the others, who were the most honest, nodded. She even wanted to take the initiative to get close to Lan Sai, but Gu Nan's next words scared her away. It's good that you don't know each other. There's no need for you to know each other, Gu Nan said calmly. Line up and enter. Under Gu Nan's order, the group of oracles walked into the arena together with puzzled expressions. Red Tail was the one who felt the strangest. She had spent the least time in the God Kingdom, so she did not fully understand the strangeness of the God Kingdom's buildings. It was only when she walked into the arena that she realized that the arena, which looked like a model, was shockingly spacious. Before she could prepare, an invisible force had already thrown her into the arena. At the same time, a huge beast was spawned. Even with Red Tail's knowledge, she could not recognize what this beast was. Roar. The beast did not care what she was thinking and immediately rushed forward, giving Red Tail a shock. This beast was actually not very powerful. At most, it was at the peak of the transcendent level. However, because its understanding of the laws was too shallow, it could not even be considered a Tao Lord. Red Tail had the power of a Tao Lord, but unfortunately, she had lived like a princess for many years and had not fought for a long time. She was suppressed for a while. It wasn't until half a quarter of an hour later that Red Tail gradually calmed down and killed the giant beast in an instant. However, he also suffered quite a bit of injury. Is it to make us fight continuously to improve our combat ability? Red Tail quickly made a guess, but the reality seemed to be different from what she thought. No one helped her recover, and there was no post-battle summary. She was immediately thrown back into the arena. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Even the monster had not changed. It was still the same. Red Tail clearly remembered that there was a scar on the back leg of the giant beast. This, Ji Yunan stood outside the time arena and looked at the oracles trapped in the time capsules with a smile on his face. The monsters prepared for every oracle were what they needed to make up for and learn the most. They would only be released if they met the requirements of the arena. Only through repeated battles like this could they understand their own weaknesses and make up for them. If this process was repeated enough times, they would gradually approach the next realm, until the day when success would come naturally. Ji Yunan had specially invited all the oracles over. Of course, he wanted to show off the power of the new building. Ji Yunan didn't have to wait for long before the time capsules shattered one by one. One by one, the divine envoys walked out. Almost all of them looked pale and dispirited. "How do you feel?" Ji Yunan asked. "I am tired, but I have gained a lot." Red Tail was the first to speak. She looked excited. "After I digest what I have gained, if I have the chance to go in 2 more times, I will be able to break the world." She was a superhuman with years of experience. She was only 1 step away from breaking the world. Over the years, she had been in a management position. She did not have much experience in life and death battles. Is this using the God Soul to train our bodies? It's indeed very useful. Yang Xiaoxiao agreed, but then she smiled bitterly. But I might need to take a good rest. She had to manage the God Kingdom. The burden on her shoulders was heavy. Ji Yunan had done this, and she was exhausted. There was no rest in the time arena. Every fight was a life and death fight. It was a fight to the death. When their minds were at their limit, they could only rely on their instincts to fight. That was when they improved the fastest. If this was in the real world, after playing like this a few times, their bodies would have collapsed. Some places that simulated battles could not let their bodies experience that kind of despair. Only the time arena could do both. That was because the God messengers were there. It was not a simulation. Every time they died, it was a true death. It was just that time was reset, and they were resurrected. It was not just their souls that had entered the world as they had thought. Guan Hongchen and the others chimed in as well, their eyes filled with longing. They thought they would spend their lives farming dungeons. Who knew they would be able to experience something like this? If they could break the world, even if they had to spend a few decades here, it would be worth it. Ji Yunan looked satisfied. The time arena will open once a month. Only 1 person can enter at a time. The highest bidder wins. You guys discuss it among yourselves. Activating the time arena required points. Naturally, he couldn't use it wantonly. The time arena was built. It made Ji Yunan's God messengers more enthusiastic about their work. It was not just the speed at which they accumulated points increased. Even Lan Sai and Yang Xiaoxiao's management of the God Kingdom sped up. For the occasional thorns, Yang Xiaoxiao, who originally advocated for a more conciliatory policy, also became firm. The God Kingdom's contribution system made Ji Yunan's God messengers, who had different roles, establish a competitive relationship. However, what Ji Yunan was going to do next had nothing to do with them. Instead, it was in the Crescent World. In the Crescent World, there was news from Red Tail. Back then, Aishio, who was forced by Ji Yunan to the point where her family and sect were destroyed, finally showed signs of advancing. In the current Crescent World, 20 years had already passed since the World Martial Arts Tournament. As a wanted person by the Martial Alliance, Aishio had been hiding for the past 20 years. She had traveled to almost every corner of the world. With the passage of time, this remnant of the Zhongli sword sect had faded from people's sight. Only Red Tail, who had been observing her through reincarnation, knew that time had not destroyed this girl. Instead, it made her more tenacious and tenacious. But as she became stronger, even the people of Red Tail found it harder and harder to find traces of Aishio. Finally, 5 years ago, Aishio completely disappeared from their sight. Until a few days ago, there was suddenly news of her. However, it was not about her, but about her disciple. A young man named Yun Tianyang appeared at the border. He destroyed a group of bandits who had besieged the Tianshui Yun family. He used the sword techniques of the Zhongli sword sect. Can you confirm that he is Aishio's disciple? I can't guarantee it. Red Tail shook his head. This Yun Tianyang might have been taught by Aishio, or he might have accidentally obtained the heritage of the Zhongli sword sect. Chapter 293. Crescent World, Western Region Border. The Western region had always been a land of bitter cold. It was common for yellow sand to fill the sky and snow to fall in September. But it was in such a harsh environment that it nurtured a group of people from the pugilistic world. Netherworld Inn. No one would give such a name to an inn anywhere in the world, but it was possible in the Western region. This was because the inn was at the border of the Western region. Outside the inn was the dangerous outer realm. One step forward and it was the Netherworld. This was the meaning of the inn's name. Did you hear? Tianshui is going to be in trouble again. It's the Yun family, right? The big shots in the alliance are going to target their family. Yes, I never expected that kid Yun Tianyang to practice the sword techniques of the Zhongli sword sect. Since he is a traitor, it's not surprising that he is being exterminated by the alliance. Isn't it just because he thinks that Kid Yun is easy to bully? If he's so powerful, why didn't he pursue that goddess Zhongli? Inside the inn, there were burly men from the northwest drinking wine. They talked about treasonous things, but no one took it to heart. In the western region, everyone lived with their heads on their waists. Who cared about the martial alliance? However, Tianshui was in the northwest, and Yun Tianyang was from the western region. He had made a name for himself and was welcomed by many people. Now, he was implicated by his own sword techniques, causing his family to be exterminated. This made some western region people very indignant. At this moment, a manservant rushed in from the door, shouting, "Latest news, latest news." What news? Quickly tell me, is there an outcome in Tianshui? Someone in the inn's lobby immediately responded. The matter of Yun Tianyang was the most eye-catching matter in the Northwest recently. When it was mentioned, it immediately made people think of it. The manservant did not beat around the bush and immediately said, "That's right. I heard that in order to bring the Tianshui Yun family to justice, the Alliance had sent Venerate Heaven Sect's elder Mo Yundi. Mo Yundi. Rumor has it that he is close to the martial god realm, right? Isn't that right? That Yun Tianyang is also extraordinary. He fought with Mo Yundi for a few hundred rounds and was finally defeated by a single move. Oh, a few years ago, he was still a teenager. How could he be so powerful now? Wait, you said that Yun Brat lost, then wouldn't the Yun family? Hehe, this is the most exciting part. On the other hand, Yun Tianyang is about to be chopped down by elder Mo Yundi. Mo Yundi was beheaded. Red Tail stood in front of Ji Yunan and reported the results of the operation. Aishio? Ji Yunan raised his eyebrows and looked at the corpse in front of him with interest. It was the corpse of Mo Yundi of the Venerate Heaven sect. The originally handsome middle-aged man was now decapitated and died a miserable death. None of our people survived, but someone nearby saw that it was a woman who attacked, Red Tail answered. There wasn't much surprise in his tone. Instead, he seemed to be looking forward to it. In fact, this was the result that they had long since expected. The purpose of sending Mo Yundi, who was much more powerful than Yun Tianyang, was to lure Aishio into action. However, Yun Tianyang's strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. They thought Mo Yundi would be able to deal with him easily. They did not expect he would only win by one move. With his age and speed of growth, Mo Yundi would not be able to defeat him in 2 days. Of course, Mo Yundi did not have the opportunity to do so now. You go and see if Yun Tianyang is a lucky child, Ji Yunan casually said. Red Tail nodded. With Ji Yunan there, she was not afraid of Aishio. To put it bluntly, Aishio was just a new Breakworld person. The person in front of her had probably killed more Breakworld people than she had ever seen. She was a bit confused. Aishio was able to kill Mo Yundi with one strike. Did she already become a Breakworld person? Aishio was loved by the plane. It was impossible for her to go down the wrong path of martial arts. Either she had already become a Breakworld person, or she was still superclass. If it was the latter, there was no reason she could easily kill Mo Yundi. Not yet, but she is half a step away. Ji Yunan lowered his head and looked at the body on the ground. He coldly smiled. With Ji Yunan's knowledge, it was not difficult for him to determine a cultivator's level. Even if he was just looking at a dead body, he could easily see how much the rules had accumulated. To be honest, Aishio's breakthrough was not going to be easy. She had no path to follow, and she did not have any skills to learn from. She had to rely on herself to discover and explore. Because she had no skills to learn from, her breakthrough was a gradual process. She was not like an ordinary person who went straight to the sky. She used her sword skills to become rules. Her power is very close to Breakworld. She is much stronger than the martial arts god here. She is just one step away. She does not have the characteristics of a Breakworld person. Red Tail was silent. She knew Aishio at this level was not enough to satisfy Ji Yunan. What he wanted was a real Breakworld child of luck. Ever since this translation method appeared, there had never been a high-level material that could be used to make the fog mirror. I will help her again. Ji Yunan's smile did not change. How can there be a child of luck who is like a rat on the street? Controlling the power of the world is what you call luck. Master, you are so powerful. That Mo Yundi was so arrogant, but he was still killed by Master. Master, have you reached the legendary void-breaking realm? In a secret jungle in the West region, a young man in a blue shirt was healing his injuries. He suddenly jumped up and surrounded his master, asking all sorts of questions. As for the master he spoke of, it was a woman in a light yellow muslin dress. The woman had a delicate face and a graceful body. Only her eyes were cold, which made people not dare to get close to her. Only the young man in the blue shirt did not take it seriously. He kept walking around the woman. These two people were Yun Tianyang and Aishio. They had just killed the people from the Martial Alliance in Tianshui, so they had to find a way to avoid the limelight. They could also send the people from the Tianshui Yun family away. Aishio looked at her disciple helplessly. She waved her hand and said, "Can you have a fixed pattern? Don't keep moving around all day." She was satisfied with this disciple of hers, be it his talent or diligence. His temperament was also pure. The only thing that gave her a headache was that he was a chatterbox. Yun Tianyang chuckled, "I'm just too excited. Master, you are already so powerful. Why don't we go back to Martial Union City and avenge Grandmaster?" He did not know the identity of his master in the early years, but as the matter of the Zhongli sword sect spread, he naturally knew about the inside story. Aishio shook her head. She thought of the silver figure in Martial Union City's yard from 20 years ago. Chapter 294. The battle at Tianshui had attracted the attention of the world. Against the remnants of the Zhongli sword sect, not only did the alliance fail to fulfill its promise of capturing and killing the Yun family, even Elder Mo Yundi was killed. This caused the hearts of the people to waver, and the martial alliance's prestige was greatly damaged. Ever since the World Martial Arts Tournament was successfully held 20 years ago, with a group of Soul Conduit experts heading to the upper realm, these experts were enviable, but it also weakened the Martial Alliance's strength. The top powers and upper echelons were all taken away at once. Even Red Tail did not stay for long, and could only be remotely controlled through reincarnation. The alliance fell into chaos for a period of time. And when the few large factions regained control of the situation, the alliance could no longer return to its former state. Without Red Tail's voice that suppressed everything, it was inevitable that there would be internal strife. Hence, compared to 20 years ago, the alliance's control was actually much weaker. And the incident at Tianshui seemed to have become a fuse. The martial alliance that seemed to be at its zenith seemed to be in a precarious situation overnight. But at this critical juncture, the alliance made a decision that surprised countless people. It forbade anyone from discussing anything related to Goddess Zhongli. Even verbally mentioning her would be seen as treason. With this order, the world's warriors were in an uproar. Some people said that the martial alliance had lost its mind. If someone disobeyed the alliance's rules, then they should think of ways to kill her. Who would order their own people to shut up? There were also people who said that there were vile people causing trouble within the alliance. If not, with the alliance's original intentions, there would not be such a literary inquisition. But most people saw the collapse of a great building. They saw the weakness behind the behemoth. Alliance leader Qin, please reconsider. With this order, it is no different from destroying the Great Wall. That's right. If the alliance leader wants to take that Goddess Zhongli's life, us old fogies can just pay a visit. Why is there a need to issue a gag order? Alliance leader, please take back the order. Martial Alliance City. In the Martial Alliance headquarters, a group of white-haired old men were surrounding a middle-aged man in discussion. These people were the pillars of the Martial Alliance. They were Soul Conduit Realm Grandmasters, but due to their old age, they did not go to the upper realm. And the person they surrounded was the current alliance leader of the Martial Alliance, who was also the venerable Heaven sect leader, Qin Yuezhi. Qin Yuezhi had a bitter smile on his face as he persuaded these old men one by one. He was the direct disciple of the previous venerate Heaven sect master. Although he was powerful and talented, his seniority was not high. These people in front of him were his seniors. Now that they had come knocking on his door because of his random orders, Qin Yuezhi really couldn't just chase them all out. After much persuasion, he finally persuaded the group of ancestors to return. Only then did Qin Yuezhi heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, a figure in red appeared in front of him. Qin Yuezhi didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily saluted and said, "My lord." Even though he was the alliance leader of the Martial Alliance, Qin Yuezhi did not dare show any disrespect to the person in front of him. This was because she was the one who established the Martial Alliance. Red Tail nodded lightly and said, "Continue to target Yun Tianyang. This time, send a spirit realm warrior to hold the line." "Yes." Qin Yu nodded, but then said, "My lord, as the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. That Yun Tianyang is only one step away from the Soul Conduit realm. What if?" Red Tail smiled and said, "I just want to see if there is such a possibility." 2 months after the muting order was issued, the Martial Alliance's elder, Soul Conduit warrior, Li Jin, personally came to the northwest region. He was ordered to capture Yun Tianyang and his disciple. Li Jin was a person with extremely high martial talent, having entered the Soul Conduit realm at the age of 40. However, he was a cold and ruthless person, and he was also greedy and lustful. His arrival could be considered a calamity in the northwest region. In a short span of half a month, countless family clans in the northwest region were wiped out. Large numbers of innocent people died, but in exchange, Li Jin's family received 10,000 taels of gold, as well as a house full of beautiful wives and concubines. The entire western region was in a state of apprehension. The muting order became even more prevalent, to the point where one could see the road ahead. The Martial Alliance's reputation in the northwest region fell once again. While many people hated Li Jin, they also hated the Martial Alliance. Finally, on the 3rd month after Li Jin arrived in the northwest region, something major happened. Yun Tianyang and 6 companions had secretly infiltrated Li Jin's residence and killed him in one fell swoop. A martial arts grandmaster at the Soul Conduit realm had died in his own residence. When this news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of the world. The next day, Yun Tianyang led a group of people from the pugilistic world to attack the Northwest's capital, Large City. He had opened the curtains of a military resistance against the Martial Alliance. And in this battle, Yun Tianyang had demonstrated the strength of a Soul Conduit realm warrior. He was a warrior at the true Grandmaster realm. Even his 6 companions had demonstrated impressive strength. Nearly all of them were not far from the Soul Conduit realm, and they had the bearing of a young hero. Some busybodies even gave them the name of Northwest 7 Tigers, and they were instantly in the limelight. I personally watched Yun Tianyang's battle with Li Jin. He broke through at the last moment. Red Tail reported what she had seen dutifully. Is he also a child of Providence? Ji Yunan asked. No. Red Tail shook her head. There is Providence lingering around him, but it seems more like it comes from the outside world. It was a Xiu's excess Providence that was distributed to him. Ji Yunan could not help but laugh. He never expected a Xiu's Providence to be so rich that it was enough to be distributed to others. Red Tail added, a Xiu is still short of a breakthrough, so after they take down large city, they plan on developing in peace for a period of time. How can we let them have peace? Ji Yunan curled his lips and smiled. We have to give the children some pressure. I'll go there myself. Large city. Yun Tianyang, who was known as the leader of the Northwest Seven Tigers, was leisurely practicing his fists in the yard. And there were 6 other young men and women in the yard. Boss Yun, when are we going to storm Martial Alliance City? That's right. Old Yun, just one word from you and we will definitely go through fire and water. I'm talking about the 2 of you. A woman beside them said helplessly, you are all famous figures in the pugilistic world. Can't you be more particular? The person who had spoken earlier was a bald man. He rubbed his bald head and said, I, Mo Wentian, am such a person. If I want to learn from those big shots to put on airs, I will never be able to do it. Hearing his companions bicker, Yun Tianyang slowly retracted his fist force and said helplessly, don't be anxious. My master is in reclusive training again. We also need some time to recuperate. And my master said. Yun Tianyang paused for a moment before saying, we should not underestimate the Martial Alliance. There might be enemies in there that she cannot deal with. The other 6 were stunned when they heard this. They knew how strong Yun Tianyang's master, the woman known as Goddess Zhongli, was. Boss Yun, if you were to fight your master now, would you be able to beat her? The person who spoke first asked cautiously. Yun Tianyang gave a wry smile and replied without any hesitation, I can't even take one strike from my master. The stronger I am, the more I feel that my master's realm is unattainable. Mo Wentian smacked himself in the head with a pa sound and exclaimed, doesn't that mean that the Martial Alliance also has such a super expert? Yes. Yun Tianyang nodded. Master told me that if I see a silver-robed, silver-masked person, I should run as far as I can. At this moment, a manservant ran in and said loudly, sirs, there is someone outside requesting an audience. Who is it? Chapter 295. Silver Robe and Silver Mask. These 4 simple words caused the small courtyard to sink into silence. The servant who came to report saw this strange scene and was momentarily shocked. He did not know what was going on. In the silence, Yun Tianyang was the first to react. He waved his hand to dismiss the servant. When only the 7 tigers of the northwest were left in the small courtyard, Mo Wentian could not hold it in any longer. He said in a low, muffled voice, the person who was found outside is the person that your master mentioned, old Yun? It's possible, Yun Tianyang said in a low voice, I think we should send someone to test him. Let's go first, old Yun, be careful. Before he finished speaking, he saw Mo Wentian, who was next to him, pouncing over and blocking his back. He looked ahead vigilantly. Yun Tianyang suddenly turned his head and saw a silver figure standing at the door. This person was dressed in a silver robe and wore a silver mask on his face. No one could see his face clearly, but they could not help but feel a trace of coldness. Where is our Xiu? The silver-robed person's gaze swept across the small courtyard. He actually ignored all the 7 tigers of the northwest and asked about our Xiu's whereabouts. This silver-robed person did not have any aura. He looked like an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts. However, Yun Tianyang did not dare to look down on him. An ordinary person did not have the ability to appear in front of him without a sound. My master is in seclusion, trying to break through the legendary realm of the void-shattering realm, Yun Tianyang said coldly. He hoped that his master's realm would be able to shock the person in front of him. Unexpectedly, the silver-robed person laughed out loud. Your master is in seclusion now. She will never be able to take that step in her lifetime. Let me help her. Before anyone else could speak, Yun Tianyang raised his eyebrows. His heart was filled with anger. He snorted coldly and said, "My master's cultivation is not up to you to interfere." "That's right." Mo Wentian touched his bald head and said, "Old Yun's master's martial arts have already reached the pinnacle. Only someone like you can." Before he finished speaking, a silver figure flashed in front of him. He only felt a pain in his abdomen, and his vision floated up high. Am I flying?" This was Mo Wentian's last thought. After that, he didn't know anything else. In the eyes of Yun Tianyang and the others, the silver-robed man's silhouette flickered, and he had already kicked Mo Wentian's abdomen, sending the latter flying. Not long after he flew up, a bloody mist burst out of his abdomen. His internal organs had been completely crushed by the power, and he no longer had any vitality. The small courtyard was silent again, and then Yun Tianyang roared angrily, "You're courting death." In an instant, he drew out his sword and stabbed it at the back of the silver-robed man without thinking. This sword strike contained the essence of everything he had learned in his life, and it was also compatible with his current state of mind and intent. It could be said to be the strongest sword strike Yun Tianyang had ever performed in his life. As the sword stabbed out, Yun Tianyang could not help but think, facing this sword, even master would have to be careful. Clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The silver-robed man didn't even bother to dodge, allowing the sword to stab into his back. However, Yun Tianyang couldn't even penetrate an inch. What kind of monster was this? Yun Tianyang felt a chill in his heart. He finally understood why master had told him to run as far away as he could. Before he could finish his thought, Yun Tianyang felt his vision go black, as though a fist had landed on his face. After an unknown period of time, Yun Tianyang slowly regained consciousness, and he felt a piercing pain on his face. He couldn't help but raise his hand to touch it, only to discover that his entire nose had caved in. His originally handsome face had most likely been completely ruined. Being disfigured was a small matter. What was most difficult for him to accept was that the small courtyard had long been filled with blood, and his 6 brothers and sisters were now lying neatly in front of him. The 6 of them had either had their abdomens pierced, their heads blown off, or their limbs torn off. None of their corpses were complete. "Old Mo! Lin Feng! Everyone! Yun Tianyang stood up, calling out to his companions one by one, but he had long since received no response. Yun Tianyang roared crazily. 3 days later, the disfigured Yun Tianyang took up the banner alone. He led a group of people from the pugilistic world, who had just gathered not too long ago, to kill their way to the middle of the continent. They headed straight for Martial Union City. Yun Tianyang, who had gone through such a calamity, had a drastic change in temperament. He became taciturn, and he, who could be said to be as gentle as jade, suddenly became ruthless and harsh. He would either beat or scold the soldiers under him. But at the same time, his martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. In a short period of about a month, the rebel army had conquered 16 cities of the Martial Alliance. A total of 7 Soul Conduit Realm warriors had died in Yun Tianyang's hands. What was even more surprising was that these 7 Soul Conduit Realm warriors had lined up to be killed by Yun Tianyang. Only one of them would appear every time. Every time he attacked, Yun Tianyang's strength would increase by a notch. Up to now, the former leader of the Northwestern 7 Tigers had the reputation of being the #1 expert in the world. In many people's eyes, only the Martial Alliance's alliance leader, Qin Yuezhi, was qualified to fight Yun Tianyang. Amidst the chaos in the world, a figure slowly appeared deep in the mountains of the western regions. This person was dressed in a bright yellow muslin dress. As she stood in the snowstorm, not a single snowflake landed on her body. She was none other than the goddess Zhongli, Aishio. "I'm still lacking a little." She looked up at the snowstorm as she muttered softly. The sword on her back seemed like it would never be unsheathed, but it contained boundless sword intent. She had entered reclusive training this time because her disciple had been implicated by her, nearly having her entire clan wiped out. She wanted to use the pent-up frustration in her heart to break through the final hurdle. However, things did not go as she wished. She was still lacking that final step, and was stuck in front of that door. This was not the first time Aishio had encountered such an experience in the past 20 years. She did not feel conflicted as she walked down the mountain step by step. Only when she reached the foot of the mountain and found someone to inquire about her disciple's situation did Aisho get a shock. So many things had happened in the world while she was in reclusive training. The 6 people who are known as the Northwestern 7 Tigers along with Qianyang were killed by a silver-robed man. Qianyang went berserk and gathered his men to head straight for Martial Alliance City, conquering 16 cities in a month, killing 7 Soul Conduit Realm Grandmasters. The information was verified one by one and gathered in Aisho's hands. It was too much for her eyes to take in at that moment. Only in the end did she know that something was amiss. This was because the last piece of news was that the rebel army led by Yun Qianyang had arrived at Martial Alliance City. It must be that person's plot. When Aisho heard the silver-robed man's appearance, she did not need to think much to immediately confirm the answer. With that person's strength, even 20 years ago, he could easily kill a Soul Conduit Realm warrior. What more now? Chapter 296. Outside Martial Union City, hundreds of thousands of rebel soldiers surrounded it, almost completely surrounding the city that had stood tall for dozens of years. Among the rebel soldiers, a man riding a tall horse slowly stepped out. It was Yun Qianyang. "Let Qin Yuezhi come out to see me." It was Yun Qianyang's first time in Martial Union City, but he did not have the slightest reverence for this city that symbolized the world's holy land of martial arts. Naturally, someone on the city wall immediately retorted, "How dare you? Alliance Master Qin is the leader of the world's martial arts. How can you see him just because you want to?" Yun Qianyang's lips curled into a cold smile. On his noseless face, it looked somewhat terrifying. "Attack the city." He did not even have the time to say another word. He directly waved his hand and ordered the attack. "Wait!" A loud shout came from the city wall. It was Qin Yuezhi who spoke. "Yun Qianyang, do you dare to fight me?" Yun Qianyang laughed loudly. Then, his smile faded and he said coldly, "Let's fight." When Aisho arrived at the battlefield, Yun Qianyang and Qin Yuezhi were in the middle of a fierce battle. The two of them were fighting with all their might. They did not hold back when they attacked, almost disregarding their own defense. Yun Qianyang's chest had been punched several times, and he almost vomited blood. Qin Yuezhi's arm was full of wounds from swords. Aisho arrived and saw that Yun Qianyang was still alive and kicking. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when she felt something was wrong. "Be careful." Before her voice could travel across the battlefield, a ray of light shot directly from the top of Martial Union City and accurately landed on Yun Qianyang's heart. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. Even Qin Yuezhi was a little stunned. He only came back to his senses when Yun Qianyang's figure slowly fell. A cold light flashed in Alliance Master Qin's eyes. He was about to go forward and finish off Yun Qianyang with his sword when a figure flashed in front of him. A woman had already appeared and supported Yun Qianyang. "Master, I've let you down." Yun Qianyang covered his chest with one hand and said with difficulty, "I wanted to kill Qin Yuezhi and force that person to fight with me. Then, Master, you would wait for an opportunity to attack. I didn't expect." At this point, Yun Qianyang could not continue. He didn't expect that after risking his life, he wouldn't even be able to see the face of his final opponent. "Why are you so stupid?" Aisho held his back, her calm eyes rippling. Yun Qianyang coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, he pulled himself together and raised his voice. "Master, look behind us." The Martial Alliance wreaked havoc on the world. They were domineering and did not win the hearts of the people. As martial artists, if we don't plead for the people, how are we different from farmers in the countryside? Aisho looked back in a daze and saw the 100,000 soldiers of the Northwest Army. What she saw was a pair of eyes filled with unwillingness, but also hope. "Pleading for the people?" Aisho murmured. "You're right." She slowly stood up and unsheathed the sword that she had nurtured for 20 years from its scabbard. The sword nurturing technique that she had meticulously prepared for a strong enemy seemed to have disappeared as well. However, Aisho did not feel it was a pity at all because she knew that she no longer needed that kind of thing. The art of sword nurturing was to nurture the power of the sword, and she already had the power of the world. The power of the world could not be reversed. And in the eyes of the Red Tail in Martial Union City, Aisho's extremely rich providence was suddenly released and immediately retracted. It was as if she had collected the providence of the entire Northwest Army. At this moment, Aisho seemed to have become the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. Every move she made was filled with an unstoppable majesty. Qin Yuezhi, who was standing in front of her, could no longer say a word. He couldn't even escape as he was instantly split into two. The unsheathing of the sword, the killing, everything seemed so natural, as if it was the right thing to do. It was as if Qin Yuezhi was born to die at this moment. Master! Yun Tianyang was shocked. The terrifying power of the sword had completely exceeded his imagination. Following that, a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. Yun Tianyang finally realized what had happened. She had broken through. His master had finally broken through. Yun Tianyang, who knew how terrifying his master was, could not imagine what realm she would reach if she improved further. Regardless if it was the legendary realm of shattering the void, it was definitely not something that the martial alliance could withstand. However, just as Yun Tianyang was overwhelmed with emotions, an unhurried voice sounded in front of them. Unsheath your sword. Don't disappoint me. Yun Tianyang turned his head and saw the silver-robed man that he had been thinking about day and night. He was standing calmly in front of them. The eagerness in his words made Yun Tianyang feel lost. His master had stepped into the legendary realm, so shouldn't he be alarmed or even afraid? Aisho held her sword with one hand and said lightly, Senior, you entered this realm 20 years ago. With such painstaking arrangements, could it be that you want to use Aisho to gain insights into martial arts? For the actions of the person in front of her, Aisho could only think of one possibility. He was deliberately nurturing himself, to nurture an opponent that could fight him. Yun Tianyang was also an extremely intelligent person. He instantly understood his master's intentions. Immediately, he felt like he had fallen into an icehouse. Could all of this be a scheme by this person? However, the silver-robed man shook his head gently. I only want to help you. Aisho snorted coldly and without another word, she unsheathed her sword. This sword was far more terrifying than the previous one, and it was even more ethereal. At this moment, Aisho's sword finally gave birth to the power of a law. It was completely different from the martial arts of this world, but it represented the essence of the world. At this moment, Yun Tianyang was the top-tier martial artist closest to this sword. So, he became the representative of this world, feeling the wonderful power of this sword. This was not a power that mortals could control. For some reason, Yun Tianyang had this thought in his mind. Under his expectant gaze, the sword finally stabbed the silver-robed man. More accurately, it stabbed the other's extended finger. The sword and the fingertip collided, making a terrifying sound. Then, Aisho's sword broke in the middle. The sword, broken. Yun Tianyang was shocked. He quickly looked up and saw that the silver-robed man's extended finger had some blood on it. After all, you are a world breaker who broke through by yourself. How can you hurt me? The silver-robed man looked at Aisho with interest, and the injury on his hand healed in the blink of an eye. Yun Tianyang's face was pale. He was in deep despair. He didn't know how to kill an opponent like this. On the contrary, Aisho's eyes were still determined. She turned around and looked at Yun Tianyang. Look closely. Master will teach you the last sword skill. Yun Tianyang was shocked. He saw Aisho's right index finger and middle finger together. She pointed at the silver-robed man. From Aisho's finger, Yun Tianyang felt a strong sword mind. His heart was filled with hope. Is this a sword in the heart? Aisho stared at her fingertip and whispered, this sword, pang. A silver shadow flashed. It was the silver-robed man who punched the back of Aisho's head. She fainted. Chapter 297. Crescent World. In the Martial Union City headquarters, when Aisho woke up again, the flames of war that engulfed the world had already subsided. This place had once again become a martial arts sacred land in the hearts of the world. It was even more sacred than before the chaos. This was because many people had seen with their own eyes that Goddess Zhongli, who had killed the Martial Union's alliance leader, Qin Yuezhi, had been abducted by a mysterious silver-robed man. Hence, in the rumors of the pugilistic world, this silver-robed patriarch already had multiple identities as the founder of the Martial Alliance, a mighty figure of the upper realm, and the world's #1 expert. "Are you awake?" A gentle voice rang in her ear. Aisho suddenly opened her eyes and looked to her side. She saw Red Tail looking at her with a calm smile. Senior Red Tail. Aisho felt like she had returned to 20 years ago, the afternoon when she followed her senior sister to sneak into the Alliance headquarters. Now that 20 years had passed, she was no longer the girl from back then. However, Senior Red Tail did not seem to have changed at all. "If you're awake, let's begin." Red Tail's smile became more radiant. His tone was very cheerful, but Aisho felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. As soon as Red Tail finished speaking, he felt a flash of light beneath him. He was lying on a strange Dharma circle. The complicated and extremely profound patterns made her feel dizzy. This had nothing to do with one's realm. As an ancient person, she had obviously never learned plane geometry. With a thought, she subconsciously used the nomological powers she had just gained insight into. A sword intent appeared out of thin air. However, the sword intent had not even been born for a moment before it was crushed by a thought. Not a single trace was left behind. Aisho immediately felt a pain in her heart. Her head felt like it was being torn apart. It was a sign that her sword intent had been destroyed. Only then did she realize that the silver-robed senior was standing by the side, looking calmly in her direction. He did not have the mask on his face, so Aisho could see his face. He's so young. Aisho soon did not have the time to marvel at Ji-Yunan's youth. This was because she realized that the array beneath her feet was getting brighter, and there was a strange mist lingering around her. This was in fact fate. Under the effects of the special array, it was temporarily manifested. The mist swirled in midair and gradually formed the shape of a mirror. On the other hand, Shio felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier. She, who was already injured, started to lose consciousness. When her consciousness blurred, a wisp of her soul left her body and went straight into the mirror. Sure enough, she needs to be awake. Red Tail could not help but sigh softly when he saw this scene. Of course, she and Ji-Yunan did not wait for Shio to wake up and greet her. In fact, she had already tried to strip away Shio's luck and make it into a fog mirror. This break world-class lucky child, which had never been seen before, was very different. Usually, Red Tail would seal off the consciousness of the children of Providence, cutting off the connection between their souls and the outside world, and then snatching away their providence. However, Aisho's luck had already begun to fuse with her soul and could not be separated completely. In other words, after reaching the break world level, she was half a representative of the plane. She was not just lucky. So, Red Tail had to wait for her soul to wake up. Then, she would find a way to take her soul out and put it into the fog mirror. Aisho's soul was already break world class. This method could only be used by Ji-Yunan, and it was unknown whether or not it would succeed. The luck power slowly gathered up. It wrapped up Aisho's soul and put it into the mirror. Mr. Red Tail saw that things were going smoothly, but he felt something was wrong. He could not help but look at Ji-Yunan. Ji-Yunan guided the providence and put it into the fog mirror. He shook his head and said, "The level of the translation method is too low. It looks like the children of Providence at this level have reached their limit." The Ching-Cho's translation method was for the superclass. Even if it was the complete version of the method, it was the same for the race. Ji-Yunan used the world's providence to push the children of Providence to break world class, but the other parts of the translation method could not keep up. He closed the soul, but he was unable to separate the soul from the luck. To make the fog mirror, if Ji-Yunan had not been the one to control it, the fog mirror would have been broken by the big amount of luck. In fact, no translation method could involve the break-world part. Those who studied this were cultivators below the break-world level. How could they have the power to make it to break-world class? Only Ji-Yunan, who was a special case, would go back and study the translation method after he had surpassed the break-world level. Let's see if the fog mirror made by the break-world can bring us some surprises. Otherwise, doing this will not be worth it. Disregarding the requirements to make the break-world class, the complicated process of getting the break-world class materials was something that even Lan Sai would have trouble doing. Only Ji Yunan could do it. That way, there was no way to promote it. The efficiency of the production was too low. The light of the formation slowly disappeared. The yard was quiet again. Aishio's body turned into dust. Only a small mirror was left on the ground. Red Tail walked forward and picked up the mirror. The surface of the mirror was covered by a thin layer of fog. It was no different from an ordinary fog mirror. The fog was even thinner. Even the surface of the mirror could be seen. Red Tail could even see her own face. It was blurry. Red Tail raised the mirror higher. She looked at the surface of the mirror. She wanted to find something unusual. However, at this moment, a woman's face suddenly appeared on the mirror and pounced at her. That shocked her. Red Tail almost threw the fog mirror away. It was hard for her to calm down. Her forehead was covered in a cold sweat. "Mister, look." She quickly gave the fog mirror to Ji Yunan. She pointed at the face. Ji Yunan looked down. It was the face of Aishio. She had lost her spirit. It was like she only had instinct left. She was like a ghost trapped in the mirror. She was madly trying to escape, but it was a futile struggle. Ji Yunan smiled. He put the fog mirror on the ground. Red Tail looked at him in confusion. Just as he was about to ask, the mist mirror suddenly jumped. The clear sound of the mirror hitting the ground echoed in the yard. Red Tail thought the atmosphere was a bit creepy. With her power, she did not care about ghosts, but the scene in front of her was too weird. This is interesting. However, Ji Yunan picked up the fog mirror with interest and wiped away the fog on it. He passed it to Red Tail and said, "Find someone to complete the mission on this as soon as possible." "Yes." Red Tail hurriedly answered. When she took the fog mirror, she could still feel the mirror gently vibrating. Chapter 298. Red Tail was a genius. The complexity and concealment of the reincarnation organization determined that many management talents were actually unable to take on the position of the organization's leader. However, Red Tail could. Even the White Mist organization she had created in the Whitebone world was shockingly efficient. In 3 short months, the Break World-class Fog Mirror's world mission was mostly completed. Of course, this was due to the White Mist's reasonable allocation of people, but it also had to do with Ji Yunan's support. In 3 months, he had defeated 6 reincarnation organizations in the Whitebone world. If Bai Qiaozhen had not come looking for him in the end and asked him to keep a low profile, he would have taken in all the agents in the Whitebone world. Ever since Ji Yunan displayed the power of laws at the Star-Lord level in the Battle of Tiluosha, everyone in the worlds had been talking about him. After all, he was a Star Master. Even if he did not have an astral world, and his power had not increased, ordinary Breakworld people could not compete with him. Of course, Ji Yunan's people wanted to develop in the Whitebone world. They had to respect Whitebone real leaders' attitude. They could not be too arrogant. So, the White Mist organization became a combination of a few reincarnation organizations. They gathered many agents and put all of their efforts into the Break World Fog Mirror's translation. On this day, Ji Yunan's real body was sitting in the God Kingdom. The evil God Hall suddenly sent him a message. Private Instance Dungeon, Crescent World, is open. Ji Yunan was shocked. He quickly opened the interface of the Private Instance Dungeon. He saw the Crescent World, which had been nowhere to be seen before, was now standing at the top of all the instance dungeons. Its icon had already turned bright, and it shone brightly with the splendid world beside it. The Break World Fog Mirror's luck is more concentrated. Many of the missions are focused on the same place. Ji Yunan understood what was going on. The fog mirror made by a Xiao had more missions than the normal fog mirror, but there was no difference in difficulty. Ji Yunan knew there were many missions, but he did not expect the missions to push the Crescent World's progress to 100%. The Crescent World's private instance dungeon was not open yet. Ji Yunan had to clear it with a full team before the God Messengers could attack it. Without hesitation, Ji Yunan decided to go to the inner world to clear the instance dungeon. After all, to level up to level 7, he had to level up the Evil God Hall to level 2. He also needed more sin points. Sin points could only be obtained by killing God Masters, but points would have to be obtained through more instance dungeons. After the evil god's temple materialized, the private dungeon interface also displayed more information. The general situation of the Crescent World dungeon could be seen at a glance. The background information was ignored by Gu Nan. Gu Nan knew it was similar to the real Moon world. The number of people in this dungeon was 3, and the final quest objective was to kill the silver-robed ancestor. Gu Nan was stunned for a long while before he turned around to look at the mission's background. It was to help Goddess Zhongli and the Northwestern Army overthrow the Martial Alliance's tyrannical rule. Gu Nan couldn't help but laugh involuntarily, feeling a little strange. It was just a quest, so he didn't really care about helping the people on the other side. He was just a little curious. Could the silver-robed patriarch in the dungeon have been created based on him? If he had perfectly inherited his strength, then the difficulty of the mission would be a little ridiculous. Inner world. After so many years, Gu Nan's soul once again stepped into this place. This time, he did not rely on the help of others, but on his own strength. The difference between a star leader and a break-world person was that the rules they created for themselves were complete. They were recognized by the world and could even lead a world. Entering the all-heaven star path again, Gu Nan's perception of this place was completely different from before. The world that had turned into a ball of light and the Star Lord that had turned into a dot of light were the same as before, but when Gu Nan looked again, he could see even more things. Most of the Star Masters did not conceal their auras, and Gu Nan could even tell which star realm some of them came from. Of course, most of the Star Masters did not have their own star realm. In the inner world, they were looking for a suitable plane to capture its source. There were also Star Masters who already had star realms. They worked with others to break the plane and intercept the source to enrich themselves. These people had nothing to do with Gu Nan. He just wanted to find 2 companions here and clear the Crescent World dungeon. The Crescent World dungeon opened up, forming a small ball of light. Immediately, a few dots of light gathered, and 2 of them took the opportunity to enter the ball of light. The scene in front of Gu Nan changed, and he was in an inn. Beside him, there were 2 people, a man and a woman. The woman had a delicate and pretty face, and she was wearing a strange cloak that was filled with mysterious runes that looked like incantations. The man had the head of a leopard, and his body was covered in golden fur. He was not a pureblood human. When the man with the leopard head saw Gu Nan, his eyes lit up. He said, "It is Mr. Gu Nan. You know me?" Gu Nan's eyes moved to the leopard head. "Of course I know you." The leopard head smiled. "You shocked a lot of people in the battle in Tiluosha." Many people were interested in Gu Nan, the heavenly devil of the 9 serenities, who had suddenly appeared. After all, if they could subdue him when he was still a world breaker, he would be a super strong force that could grow. It was not until Gu Nan displayed the Star Master level rule in Tiluosha that many people gave up on him. Gu Nan nodded and did not say anything. He did not react to the leopard head's words. Then, the 3 of them introduced themselves. The woman called herself Nai Shuangshuang, and the leopard head was called Bao Jin. He admitted that he did not have a star realm at the moment, and he hoped that Gu Nan could recommend one to him. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's start," Nai Shuangshuang interrupted him. Gu Nan had no objections. The 3 of them walked out of the inn, and a line of blood-red words appeared in the sky. Final goal: kill the silver-robed elder. First stage: assassinate martial arts union elite Li Jin. Power limit: level 4. Gu Nan, who had personally experienced the history of the Crescent Moon world, was naturally able to discern with a single glance that this mission probably started from killing Li Jin, followed Yun Tianyang and Aishio, and finally killed the silver-robed ancestor. It was a normal RPG dungeon. There were no weird settings. In other words, the difficulty was in the fighting. Thinking of that, Gu Nan's heart jumped. He said, "Let's go find the silver-robed elder." Bao Jin and Nai Shuangshuang looked at him. They were not surprised. Nai Shuangshuang said, "Okay. This plane has given us world breaker power," Bao Jin said with a smile. "It is enough to kill anyone of the same level. In the plane of the inner world, it was impossible to have Star Master power. That was common knowledge. Star Masters did not stay in the plane for long, so they had to hurry. Chapter 299. Doctipetmal public /w3c//dtdxhtml1. 0 transitional //en. w3. trxhtml1 dtd xhtml1 transitional. dtd html xmlns w3. 1999 xhtml head metatent equals text html. Charset equals gbk metatent equals ie equals edge, equals 1 metaname equals renderer tent equals webkit title. Great web novels for free. Full novels for free title linkref equals rel equals canonical metaname equals keywords tent equals. Free novels to download, full novels to read, web novels, full novels, free full novels metaname equals description tent equals. Latest chapters of popular web novels. Recommended ranking of the best web novels, site-wide advertising, free reading of all. The best web novels, all the best web novels, all here metaname equals mobile agent tent equals format equals HTML5, URL equals m/linkrel equals alternate media equals only sand, max width 960px, ref equals m. /metaname equals applicable device tent equals PC metatent equals no transform metatent equals nosotype linkrel equals stylesheet type equals text CSS ref equals assets CSS style. CSS // head bodydalt dtdd class equals info rise from the ashes, and revive from the ashes. The sea turned to dust, and the lightning dried up. That wisp of mist approached the earth once again. The shackles of the world were broken, and a whole new world revealed a mysterious corner. DDDLDLDT class equals info about the legend of the Dragon King. Following the advancement of soul guidance technology, humans on the Doluor continent conquered the oceans and discovered 2 more continents. Soul beasts also went extinct with the endless hunting of human soul masters. The king of soul beasts that had been sleeping for countless years in the Stardow forest finally. DDDLDT class equals info in the tranquil sun province of the empire. There was a very small and inconspicuous noble territory called the Snow Eagle Territory. The story began here. After Desolate Era, Swallowing Star, Story of the 9 Cauldrons, Coiling Dragon, Stellar Transformation, Inchlight, Legend of Star Peak, class equals info in the Great Thousand Worlds, where planes intersected, there were thousands of races and heroes gathered. Heavenly sovereigns from the lower planes were living legends in the Great Thousand Worlds, pursuing the path of sovereign. The endless fire realm was controlled by the Flame Emperor, and 10,000 flames could burn the sky. DDDLDLDT class equals info a single thought could create the sea, a single thought could create mulberry fields. Slaying 1,000 devils with a single thought, slaying 10,000 immortals with a single thought. Solipsism. Eternal DDDLDLDT class equals info I only have mortal roots, a mere mortal. I am Mo Wuji. I want immortality. DDDLH3 Fantasy H3 Uli class equals top strong author, the first young master of the 9 realms popularity, B style equals color red. 671880 Lily // Lily // Lily // Lily // Lily Lily // Lily // Lily // Lily // Lee 3 Urban Romance H3 Uli class equals top strong author, Mountain Temple popularity, B style equals color red. 3444262 BP Lily // Lily // Lily Lily // Lily Lily // Lily Lily // 3 Immortal Sword Cultivation H3 Uli class equals top strong author, Yunxian popularity, B style equals color red, 712407. BP Lily // Lily Lily // Lily Lily // Lily Lily // Lily 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 3 Online. Gaming H3 Uli class equals top strong author, Pen Dream of the Stars popularity, B style equals color red, 32797 BP Lily // Lily // Lily // Lily // Lily // Lily // Lily 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 / 3 Historical Fiction H3 Class equals Top Strong Author, Old White Bull Popularity, B Style equals Color Red, 2501214 BP Lily // 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 Lily / 3 Science Fiction H3 Class equals Top Strong Author, The Mirror. Next Door Popularity, B Style equals Color Red, 386246 BP Lily // 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 3 Latest Update H3 Sirius Maiden 7923, 42 Lily Historical Fiction 7923, 42 Lily Romance Novel Millet Porridge 7923, 42 Lily Shensha Cultivation Let Me Laugh 7923, 42 Lily Fantasy Scholar Remnant Cloud 7923, 42 Lily Romance Fiction Shuqin 7923, 42 Lily Romance Novels NS First Heart 7923, 42 Lily Urban Novel Fairy Lotus 7923, 42 Lily City Novel Gone to the World 7923, 41 Lily Urban Novel Rui Wenjun 7923, 41 Lily Science Fiction Talk to Wine 7923, 41 Lily Science Fiction Novel WN Ching Dudu 7923, 41 Lily Fantasy Novel Dongfang Buhue 7923, 41 Lily Historical Novel BB Source 7923, 41 Lily Romance Novel Mr. Jiang 7923, 41 Lily Historical Novel Turning Bullet 7923, 41 Lily Shensha Cultivation Zhui Wuchen 7923, 41 Lily Urban Novel Lang Feng 7923, 41 Lily Romance Novel Shuang Shuang CS 7923, 41 Lily Urban Novel Zi Fei Wu 7923, 41 Lily Fantasy Novel Wangzai Laro Manchu 7923, 41 Lily Historical Novel Scarlet Moon 7923, 41 Lily Urban Novel V 7923, 41 Lily Online Game Novel Wind and Rain Shong Limo 7923, 41 Lily Urban Novel Fuyao Salted Fish 7923, 41 Lily Urban Novel Shichen 7923, 41 Lily Fantasy Novel Flawless Golden Peak 7923, 41 Lily Urban Novel Little Snow Ginseng 7923, 40 Lily Urban Novel Flying Brother Lee 7923, 40 Lily Historical Novel Tingyu Hourglass 7923, 40 Li Ul 3 Popular Novel H3 Ulli Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Mayu Smallum Class equals S1 Romance M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Old Mountain Temple Smallum Class equals S1 Romance M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Ascension Smallum Class equals S1 Fantasy M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Against the Heavens Smallum Class equals S1 Fantasy M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Yarrow Zyana Smallum Class equals S1 Romance M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Falling Dust Smallum Class equals S1 Science Fiction M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey One Thought Smallum Class equals S1 Urban M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Pen Gentian Smallum Class equals S1 Urban M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey and Xiaoling Smallum Class equals S1 Romance M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Nan Yin Smallum Class equals S1 Romance M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Dusty Life Smallum Class equals S1 Romance M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Books of An Hue Cuisine Smallum Class equals S1 History M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Gu Ranjin Smallum Class equals S1 History M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Lovesickness Smallum Class equals S1 Fantasy M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Third Young Master Tang Smallum Class equals S1 Fantasy M Liul 3 Collection List H3 Eula Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Dusty Life Smallum Class equals S1 Romance M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Silence Smallum Class equals S1 Romance M Lilla Small Class equals Trite Great Grey Old White Bull Small m class equals S1 history m lila small class equals trite great gray big sun small m class equals S1 city m lila small class equals trite great gray chi chungkuan small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray xiao xiao xinga small m class equals S1 city m lila small class equals trite great gray 9 worlds first small m class equals S1 fantasy m lila small class equals trite great gray G LT small m class equals S1 city m lila small class equals trite great gray old mountain temple small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray tomato small m class equals S1 city m lila small class equals trite great gray and xiaoling small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray yin xiaobao small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray picking flowers and brushing willows small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray mayu small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray princess of Jean small m class equals S1 romance m li 3 wonderful book h3 ulla small class equals trite great gray and xiaoling small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray chi chungkuan small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray 9 worlds first small m class equals S1 fantasy m lila small class equals trite great gray G LT small m class equals S1 city m lila small class equals trite great gray exquisite as a jade small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray snowy mountain small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray warm and beautiful small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray tomato small m class equals S1 city m lila small class equals trite great gray midnight whisper small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray purple tassel small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray luoji small m class equals S1 history m lila small class equals trite great gray achen small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray xiao yun small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray I am superfluous small m class equals S1 fantasy m lila small class equals trite great gray night rain stars small m class equals S1 romance m liel 3 latest novel h3 eula small class equals trite great gray wind moving mandala small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray salted fish salad small m class equals S1 city m lila small class equals trite great gray a dazzling eye small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray moon pavilion small m class equals S1 science fiction m lila small class equals trite great gray mountain haswood small m class equals S1 city m lila small class equals trite great gray giant grape small m class equals S1 science fiction m lila small class equals trite great gray feng wei liang small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray sway Huju small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray feng wei liang small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray 20-year unicorn small m class equals S1 science fiction m lila small class equals trite great gray I am the Lord small m class equals S1 science fiction m lila small class equals trite great gray cloud rising peak small m class equals S1 fantasy m lila small class equals trite great gray disobedient small m class equals S1 science fiction m lila small class equals trite great gray clear t small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray 5 moxa small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray xiao xiao my small m class equals S1 romance m lila small class equals trite great gray running heat small m class equals S1 fantasy m lila small class equals trite great gray yi zimi small m class equals S1 science fiction m li ul. Chapter 307. The title starts with ad. End of ad on Titleh 1 Chapter 347 One more person H1 A style equals color #00F ref equals 5668844 HTML next chapter at oblija border equals 0 artable border equals 0 align equals left artable border equals 0 align equals left artable border equals 0 align equals left rtdtr table. Yang Wang chose a rather remote underground villa to carry out the stowaway. If he hadn't personally led the way, perhaps no one would have been able to find it accurately. My lord, I've already sent someone to wait over there. Once your companion arrives, she will be informed of his location. Yang Wang moved closer to Ji Yunan and tried to curry favor with him. After making it clear that Ji Yunan absolutely cannot be offended, Yang Wang accompanied Ji Yunan and waited for a long time, but he still didn't come. In the end, Ji Yunan grew impatient and asked him to lead the way. He and No Return had agreed on a time, but he didn't expect the latter to not show up. He was most likely delayed by something. Ji Yunan was very patient when it came to quests, but not when it came to other things, especially when an NPC stood him up. After all, No Return's existence was just a support. Having a helper was good, but not Ji Yunan. If this mission required No Return, then he wouldn't have been so calm. He would have used all sorts of clues to find No Return's whereabouts. On the other side, Lu Xin? Childish and immature? A Huan Fang Mai Zheng? Does the porcelain make a fuss first? Just hang. Fluttering strings? The little girl was wearing a strange cyan gauze dress. After she put it on, some clouds and mist naturally appeared and lingered around her body. Ji Yunan couldn't help but take a few more glances at the clothes with their own special effects. If it weren't for the fact that there were special effects costumes in the game, he would have suspected that he had invented an Easter egg. Sister Lu, is that person really as powerful as you say? The girl in green was hiding behind Lu Xin. Childish. Send the uranium to defend against them. The situation on the plains is tense, and the locust is sent to the embankment. Frequency copying Lu Xin. Claw mother of locust. Retraction. An overseas litigator. Muai. Retreat. Bridge to pay a load of chlorine. Kujiao. Ba Huang. Mi Liangyu. However, with that person's status, he probably wouldn't do something like eavesdropping on a little girl. Very powerful, Lu Xin Middle Eastern pronunciation of the word bear. Australia. Shoulder. Still waiting. Flounder radiance. Cowardly and cowardly retreat. Lies. Forgive me. The green-clothed girl, Zhong Dai, counted with her fingers and said, 10,000 years. Then he shouldn't be that powerful now, right? Even now, you're still better than your big sister Lu. Rank judgment embrace. Endure the collapse of the peddler. Stop the sieve of sieve. Aunt. Fooling around. Pay the Suo family. Professional model. Shotan Li Yi Prey. I know, after a while, the group of 4 followed the underground tunnel and arrived in front of a strange flying ship. There were already some people waiting around. Yang Wang immediately said, please wait a moment. He didn't even ask the 3 of them to wait for him and quickly ran over, as if he was afraid that Ji Yunan would ask him more questions. What about Lu Xin? Do you want to play around with me? What a stupid word. Rose. Saddle. I promise to forgive you. Ji Yunan looked at her and said expressionlessly, I'm not joking. Lu Xin. Throwing away a stake. Is the emperor in danger of a beautiful model? Dizzy from hanging? The emperor secretly flirts with me? Pa! Miserable naked otter. Still. Xing chased Lao Ari away. The pawn shop swings and changes the crutch. The emperor knocks on the door and accuses the DI nunnery. In this world, most of the rules were no longer applicable to Star Lords. As an existence that transcended the secular world, the Star Lords were not bound by most rules, and things like morals and laws were even more laughable. To them, the world itself could be recreated. Apart from things that could threaten their lives, they did not need to compromise with anything. Lu Xin. Lump. Wing Zing. Immortals favor the Cape Mother to be slaughtered. Bluff. Yu Qiu throw away the remonstrance. Ju Nan Jiao you play? Old Ju Huang knock slowly to invade the Uyghur. However, even among the Star Lords, there were not many who had such a thorough attitude towards the secular world. Most of them still retained some traces of being human. Not to mention others, a Star Lord like Zhong Qinghe, who was full of children, could not completely transcend the secular world. Otherwise, where did Zhong Dai come from? Just as the 3 of them were waiting for Yang Wang to negotiate, a spatial crack appeared from above, which immediately alerted everyone present. They were doing illegal immigration. If anyone found out about this, everyone would be wiped out. Who? Elder Yang, what's going on? Stop him, don't let him come out. The not very spacious underground was suddenly filled with all kinds of noises. This scene was like a group of brothel patrons who were preparing to go home and were blocked by the police. There were even people floating in the air, ready to attack the person coming out of the spatial passage, but not long after, they shrank back. Because the first thing that came out of the passage was a slender palm with golden light. Before the palm completely came out, a monstrous demonic intent appeared. The next moment, the young girl Nogui's figure completely appeared, and beside her was a pale uncle holding a sword. Ji Nan also recognized this person. It was the swordsman Uncle Purple Lightning who was trapped in the star world and sealed together with Shadow Song for 10,000 years. His name was Purple Lightning, and the sword in his hand was also called Purple Lightning. Right now, this sword called Purple Lightning was covered in purple ripples, and there was even a drop of blood sliding down the blade. Looking at the shocking demonic intent of the young girl Nogui, it was obvious that she had just finished a big battle and had not had time to stop. Something happened. Nogui brought the injured Purple Lightning in front of Ji Nan and said, "Well, since you're here, let's go." Ji Nan glanced at her and didn't bother to ask what it was about. This person had been hanging out with Red recently. It was most likely that something happened to Shadow Song and Purple Lightning. Nogui pointed at Purple Lightning beside her and said, "We need to bring one more person." "Sure." Ji Nan's expression was indifferent. He didn't mind bringing a few people over. In any case, if it was really necessary, he could abandon these teammates and leave at any time. At that time, losing one was losing two was also losing, there was no difference. He didn't mind, but Yang Wang, who had just walked up to them, was like a thunderbolt to his head. He had spent a lot of effort to persuade two people to give up their spots. How did another one appear in the blink of an eye? But he didn't dare to complain. He didn't recognize Ji Nan at first, but he recognized this person at first glance, the combination of Buddha and demon. This was the reincarnation of Buddha, who had risen to fame recently. "Sir, this." Yang Wang's old face was bitter. He didn't know what to say. This was a stowaway, not a vacation. How could they just add people like this? Of course, he didn't dare say this to Nogui. He could only continue to persuade the other customers. Not long after, some of the people on the other side started to make a ruckus. "You just told us to give up 2 spots, and now you want us to give up again? Old man Yang, don't push your luck." A girl with a beautiful face and a youthful aura had a face full of anger at this moment. Chapter 308. AD on the title begins. AD on the title Ench1 text chapter 348 IV done this dungeon before H1A style equals color, #00F. Ref equals iml next chapter at ablilage border equals 0 tartable border equals 0 align equals left tartable border equals 0 align equals left tartable border equals 0 align equals left trtd table. Many people knew that Ji Nan had already become a Star Lord. After all, T. Luo Sha had gone on a rampage once, and while the recent events in the Bone World had yet to spread, many people knew about them. As for young girl No Return's strength and background, not many people knew about it. Just as mentioned before, many people thought that she was a Star Lord with no Star Realm. Some people even thought that she hadn't become a Star Lord yet. If she hadn't obtained a portion of Solitary Destructive Sky's origin, her reputation would have been even lower. But even so, the person who dared to challenge No Return was clearly not an ordinary person. Yang Wang's face was full of worry, but he didn't dare to ask Ji Nan for help, so he could only try to persuade the people on the other side. Actually, Yang Wang didn't have many people to sneak in at a time. There were no more than 10 people at a time, and this time, there were only 8. Other than Ji Nan's group, the people on the other side were split into 2 groups, with 3 people on each side, which corresponded to the remaining 6 people. Lu Xin. Toe Oval Hug. Yu Shan. Luo Yu. Award Side PU2 NABADI Gather. Imperial Examination Carry Beard Evenly Carry Boat Huan Yi. Sui Yu Xiu Xiu. Sister PUPI Gua. YAYA. Luo. Gush Cover Bolts Dripping Forgive Lu Xin. Choke Shoulder Smoked Torea. Yi. Neck Hollow Grow Vulgar Broken Grave Stand Upright. Waving Shin Suo Resenting 4 Summer Knocking Pure Wrench. Then, she pointed at Yang Wang and said, "Those 2 groups of people, one is from the martial world, and the other should be from Tianfu." From a certain point of view, Ji Yunan and No Return's level of contact was already too high, directly reaching the Star-Lord level. For such small characters, why didn't Lu Xun? Questioning you. Ji Yunan had some contact with the great martial arts world. Back then, there was a reincarnation mission of someone from there that passed through the Crescent world. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Ji Yunan had no intention of staying any longer. Lu Xun. Stagnant. Coward. Lie. Reigning in the mountains. Hui Zhengsha. Johann Munwu Gui naturally had no objections. The few of them quickly arrived in front of the flying boat. Ji Yunan patted Yang Wang's shoulder. Who has a problem? The young and beautiful girl in modern attire raised her head and said, even if you're strong, you still have to be reasonable, right? Don't you understand first come, first served? Her two companions stood behind her at the same time, looking over cautiously. Of course, most of them were looking at the young girl, No Return. The three of them were world breakers. After all, those who were willing to go to God's world were people who were confident in their own power. Even if the three of them could not fight against the reincarnated Buddha, they could at least stall for a while. In this special situation, even if the other party was a Star-Lord, they had to compromise. After all, if things went out of control, no one would be able to board the boat. The girl was certain of this. After being stubborn for a while, she smiled and said, if you want one of us to give up, it's not impossible. At this point, her voice came to an abrupt halt. Under the weak light, her shadow on the ground suddenly appeared, becoming a few shadow tentacles that dragged her whole body into the shadow. The girl's life force, soul, and rules were all extinguished at the same time. It was as if all traces of her existence in the world had been completely erased. The faces of the two people behind her changed, but they felt a chill under their feet. The same shadow tentacles touched their backs. There are enough spots. Let's go, Ji Yunan said to the people next to him. When the three of them were swallowed by the shadow, there were 3 more spots. Even the other group of people avoided the awkward situation of having one spot taken up. The whole place was silent. No Return, Lu Xun? Were they worth hot round ash? Rotten? Loose crotch? Turtle? Pu Dao? Morning dew? In his mind, he was already thinking about how to disassociate himself from the 3 people who had died. Only 2 people's gazes were fixed on Ji Yunan from beginning to end. One of them was the little girl, Zhong Dai. She was not very experienced, so she did not think killing 3 people was a big deal. She thought this person was very strong. The other was Purple Lightning. His thoughts were a lot more complicated. When he first met Ji Yunan, he was just an ordinary Breakworld person. Now, he was a Star-Lord who shocked the sky. He knew that Ji Yunan had advanced very quickly in his early years. He did not care about his level. Breaking through was as easy as eating and drinking. He did not expect that even the threshold of Star-Lord could not stop him. No matter what Purple Lightning thought, the group finally stepped onto the flying ship. The flying ship broke through the dimension wall and entered the world of gods. It was a smooth process. In fact, temporarily breaking the dimension wall did not require any special secret technique. It only required a special substance. The people of the heavens called it the Time Crystal Core. Using this special crystal core, breaking the dimension wall was not difficult. However, this kind of resource was very rare. It was usually controlled by the 13 heavens. Yang Wang had gotten one by chance, which was why he started this business. The world of gods. Ji Yunan stood on the skeletons of the kingdom of the dead. Looking at the familiar scene, his eyes suddenly became distant. So, you are from the world of gods. No Return stood next to him. Her face looked surprised. She had seen Ji Yunan become a world breaker. She did not think he was the reincarnation of a sky demon. She was curious about Ji Yunan's background. Now, seeing Ji Yunan's I'm back expression, she finally knew who he was. He was a visitor from another world. Ji Yunan did not argue with that. He smiled and said, you can think of it that way. He felt a bit sad. If he had come here in the first place, his development would have been much smoother. Not long after, a young man in a long grey robe came running. He was probably here to welcome Lu Xun. He blew the dumpling until it was dead. Misters, why don't you come with us to where we are staying? Cure the collapse of the pan block? And Hui, where is Kang Maoju? Sandro's grave. Oh, this should be called the Holy Dead Grave, Ji Yunan casually said. Holy Dead Grave? The young man next to him looked weird. From what I know, the locations of the 3 Holy Lands are not fixed, and the Holy Dead Grave has 9 entrances. Even the real and fake ones are constantly changing. Lu Xin. Loyal to the king? Huai Wei. Di. Di Chen. Di Ji. Di Tsanxing. Cow. Stunned skeleton Ba Junfeng. Jiu Fei Di Jiefeng Tame Gui. Jian Shun Xiong Mo. All 9 are real. Just find one of them and bring me there, Ji Yunan said expressionlessly. What are you talking about? The young man in the grey robe raised his voice. His face looked mocking. We have studied the Holy Dead Grave's entrance for 100 years. Even the natives here think so. What makes you say that? Chapter 309. AD on title begins. AD on title Ench 1 Chapter 349 Undead Nation H1A Style equals color. #00F, ref equals 567-1743. HTML next chapter Atablilage border equals 0 Tartable border equals 0 Align equals left Tartditable border equals 0 Align equals left Tartditable border equals 0 Align equals left TRTDTR table. Of course, Ji Yunan had cleared the Holy Undead Tomb dungeon before. In fact, he knew all the slightly famous dungeons in the Pantheon world, and had even cleared most of them himself. The 9 entrances to the Holy Undead Tomb actually correspond to 9 tombs, but they're all placed together. Ji Yunan explained, you guys think that Sandro is the only one buried there, so of course there's only one entrance. There was nothing special about the Holy Undead Tomb. It was just a place where 9 important necromancers were buried together. Each entrance corresponded to one, and each had a different way of opening it. In the legends of the Undead Nation, the legendary necromancer Sandro was buried in the Holy Undead Tomb. Only Sandro's way of opening the door would naturally lead to only one entrance. Ji Yunan's confident look stunned the young man in grey. However, deep-rooted beliefs were not easily changed. The young man still looked at Ji Yunan suspiciously, and muttered softly, you make it sound like it's real. Ji Yunan did not say anything else. In fact, with his personality, he would not even say the previous explanation. Perhaps it was because returning to the Pantheon world made him feel like he was back in the game. His speech and actions had become more casual. Even when facing ignorant NPCs, he did not mind teaching them some game experience as an elder, even if they might not understand. After a while, the group arrived at a magnificent yet slightly dilapidated city built entirely of white bones. This city did not have a famous name. It was called Skeleton City, but it was one of the few major cities in the Undead Nation. Its actual status definitely far exceeded its name. The 3 of you can rest here. Once there's news of the entrance to the Holy Undead Tomb, Duke will immediately inform the 3 of you. Loyalty. Beat the 4 elements to death. Blow the Sea of Wrens. Lambda Phi Dooku was the grey-robed youth from before, and now he was busy with his own matters. In fact, Lu Xin. Is it worth collecting waste gas? Scholar Tree Plaque. Maner Wish. 4-string. Punishment. Giving Desert Sistanch Peach Tree Carving Mold. Alliance. Fu Tuor Di, with a posthumous title. Colushin. Throwing Oxime. Polypus. How Shuan Shin Atreus IV. Play. Tie it to Huan Chi. Rebuke the crumbling bones of the nunnery, remonstrating the Yulon Valet line to beat up Sheng. Occupy the Lu Ping, squander the crooked crook. Rock Cloud Slumber. Purple Lightning was a top-break world person. Who knew when he would take that step and become a Star Lord? He was very sensitive to the strangeness of the world. Indeed. Young Lady No Return nodded. If you want to open a space rift here, ordinary breakworld people will have a hard time doing that. Even if it's me, I'm afraid there will be problems with spatial positioning. At this point, both of them turned to look at Ji Yunan, as if they wanted to hear his opinion. Based on his understanding of the world of gods, he should have the most say in this. But Ji Yunan had no intention of answering. Ever since Purple Lightning had mentioned space, his thoughts had been led astray, and he had entered into a comparison between the two worlds. Originally, Ji Yunan had been looking for similarities between the world of gods and the game. He had found many similarities, such as the power systems, the Star Lords, and the gods. But when he actually came to the world of gods, which was extremely similar to the game, he realized that there were many differences between the two. The most typical difference was in the world view. Just as Purple Lightning had said, the space in the world of gods was very stable. The legend realm here, which was equivalent to the break world, had almost no ability to break through space, unless it was some special rule. Even a large number of gods, when they used space teleportation, would often have a situation where their landing point would deviate greatly. To put it bluntly, it was because space was too stable, and it was difficult to operate. Because of this, no one could casually enter someone else's god kingdom. It was completely different from the world of gods. On the other hand, even the entire system of the world was different between the two. The world of gods was completely made up of the various Star Lords' astral realms. The remaining unoccupied territories were just not occupied by the Star Lords yet. But the world of gods was different. Here, the 11 primary planes had the most powerhouses, and all the god kingdoms, including the main gods, were just subsidiary planes that existed around the primary planes. The undead kingdom that Ji Yunan and the others were currently in was one of the abandoned primary planes. It was filled with a large number of undead, and no gods came here to fight for faith. Ji Yunan? No Return's slightly surprised voice roused Ji Yunan from his deep thoughts. You seem to be absent-minded. Ji Yunan came back to his senses and nodded. I just remembered something. You guys wait here for my news. I still have something to do. Wait for me to come back and we'll enter the holy tomb together. All right. No Return immediately agreed. She did not ask if Ji Yunan needed any help. He would not be courteous with her anyway. Ji Yunan's figure quickly disappeared, leaving only Purple Bolt and the young girl, No Return. Purple Bolt stared at Ji Yunan's departing figure and said, I never thought that in just a few short years, he would have grown to such an extent. It might not be growth, No Return said expressionlessly. She had already determined that Ji Yunan was the reincarnation of some god from the world of gods. Just like herself, she had the memories and power of her past life. She had no bottlenecks in breaking through realms, and leveling up was as easy as eating and drinking. Violet Lightning touched the scabbard in his hand and smiled. Maybe we can investigate his background here. Even if we don't meet him in the future, it's never wrong to know more. Of course, Ji Yunan did not know that the two had already guessed that he was the reincarnation of a god and wanted to investigate him from the world of gods. However, even if they knew, he would not care. The power of an evil god was untraceable. It was a power that belonged entirely to the players. Not many of the local gods knew about it. He suddenly stood up and left. Of course, it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He really had something to do. Ji Yunan had never forgotten his purpose in coming to the world of gods. First, he wanted to hunt down suitable gods to earn sin points. Second, he wanted to find a suitable natural race to become his divine envoy. There were many suitable gods to hunt, but with Ji Yunan's current strength, a god worth 2,500 sin points would not be easy to kill. At least, he did not have full confidence in killing him. That was why he took the initiative to bring girl No Return along after hearing her request. This time, Ji Yunan's target was inside the holy undead tomb. He was not in a hurry to kill it. On one hand, he needed to subdue a race and be on standby at any time. On the other hand, he needed some special tools to awaken the sleeping god in the holy undead tomb. With Ji Yunan's understanding of the undead nation, it would be more convenient to deal with these two matters together. That was why he quickly chose a destination. Chapter 310. AD on the title begins. AD on the title Ench1 text chapter 350 Blood Clan made in H1A style equals color, #00F. Ref equals iml next chapter at oblija border equals 0 t-artable border equals 0 align equals left t-artable border equals 0 align equals left t-artable border equals 0 align equals left trtd tr table skeleton city, Lucian? Zhong ya. Psi beta bottom thorn. Si psi nao. Di feng zun chu yu. Cut pi zhon zun chu yu. Psi yi nuo man dislike pushing handsome. Sister Lu, when are we going to the bloody city? Zhong Dai was like a real butterfly, jumping up and down in the room, surrounding Lucian. Childish Guanglu. Umbrella. Lucian. Ji wei chu fu sai ba mu mo ba ji. Sprain. Dai. Perch lu fu lai. Nuo mo. Lang zhong quan. Lang shi wei jian. I don't care, I don't care. I want to see a vampire lady. Zhong Dai revealed a look of despair. This skeleton city is full of skeletons, it's so boring. Honestly speaking, the skeleton city was a gathering place for skeletal undead. It had everything from skeleton soldiers to bone dragons, so it was still quite interesting. But Zhong Dai had come all the way from the heavenly realm just to see the vampires in the stories. How could she be willing to waste time looking at skeletons? Little Zhong Dai was not old, but her strength was not weak either. She had steadily stepped into the ranks of extraordinaires, but she was still addicted to romance novels, especially vampire themes. However, just because he loved vampire-themed novels, he had specially smuggled himself into the Pantheon world to experience it. This was a little crazy. Lucian. To cure bolts and badgers. Cute and vulgar. Huang Fu Mushi. Melancholic Sakura. Yu Huan. And Huang was low. Kill Su Er. Blazing Man'er round section. My sword is broken. This is probably the Star-Lord. Lucian. Huang Fu of the Loyal Barn. Serving the Tatami Cape straw bad Minshi however, because of Zhong Qinghe's attitude. Lucian. Planting Ouyi. Fat hug. Get together to masturbate. Benefits. Touch weapons and mediocrity. Intruder. How about this? I'll have Duke take you around Sanguinary City. You have to be obedient, understand? Do you want to hug me with jealousy? I will be obedient. The little girl cheered excitedly. Ji Yunan was already walking on the streets of Sanguinary City. This main city belonged to the Blood Clan, and was one of the few bustling areas in the undead nation. No matter how gorgeous Skeleton City was, it still gave off a lifeless feeling. Sanguinary City was different. Scantily clad vampire girls, human girls kept in captivity by the Blood Clan, and necromancers wrapped in black robes could be seen everywhere. The undead nation obviously did not only have the undead. This was called an abandoned main plane because it was a desert of faith, not because it was truly abandoned. Sanguinary City was a gathering place for living beings in this plane. Even the necromancers with strange personalities were not all willing to soak in a pile of corpses. In comparison, powerful and good-looking servants like the Blood Clan were naturally more suitable. Ji Yunan thought so too. After all, if they were looking for servants, the Blood Clan was undoubtedly a better choice. Pleasing to the eyes was one aspect, and their high speed and high attack characteristics were more suitable for conquering the Crescent World dungeon. At the same time, the Blood Clan also had fairly good regenerative abilities. Apart from their lack of defense and their fear of light, they were basically a weakened version of the body of an evil god. In Sanguinary City, there was only one clan of vampires with the surname Raymond, which was not quite the same as the legends of Ji Yunan's previous life. However, the background story had never been what Ji Yunan was interested in. He still clearly remembered how the mission of subduing the vampires would unfold, and that was enough. After a while, Ji Yunan had already changed his clothes and was wandering the streets of Sanguinary City. He was wearing a long silver-grey windbreaker and riding a dark red nightmare beast with fiery hooves, like an unruly prodigal son. "Sir Knight, do you want to buy flowers?" A timid voice sounded in Ji Yunan's ears. It was a girl in a short skirt with light makeup on her face. Her hands were empty, and she did not look like a flower seller at all, but she looked at Ji Yunan expectantly. In Sanguinary City, buying and selling flowers did not refer to real flowers, but the blood of virgins. "What kind of flowers?" Ji Yunan muttered inwardly, but said calmly on the surface. Sanguinary City had strict laws. Vampires were not allowed to drink the blood of strangers at will, but there were always vampires looking for excitement. Dressed like this, Ji Yunan looked like a down-and-out vampire with a little money who could not afford to buy a high-grade blood thrall, so he could only come here to satisfy his cravings. When the girl heard Ji Yunan's answer, her eyes lit up, and she said, "Copper flower, beast flower, ravishing flower, they all have them." This was still a folk code word, referring to humans, orcs, and half-elves respectively. "Do you have dead red flowers?" Ji Yunan's cold voice sounded, slightly startling the girl. Dead red flowers were unique to the kingdom of the undead, and in this place, they specifically referred to vampire girls. Vampires could also drink other vampires, but doing so would not satisfy their bodies. It was purely for the pleasure of drinking. To put it simply, drinking blood was like eating, a physiological need for vampires. Drinking other vampires was like taking drugs. It could bring extra pleasure, but it was a taboo. The flower seller looked at Ji Yunan with a strange gaze. A small investor like her did not look like she would have something as high-grade as dead red flowers. Why would he ask such a question? But the greed in her heart made her have no time to think too much, because coincidentally, she really did have a dead red flower in her hands. In the dark room, Ji Yunan sat alone at the side. In front of him was a messy bed. Knock, knock, knock. A knock that was neither light nor heavy came from the door, showing that the visitor was well educated. But the last two knocks were a little hurried, revealing the nervousness in her heart. "Come in." As Ji Yunan's voice sounded, a girl in a long black dress walked in. Her white undershirt could be seen under the chiffon material. "Sir." The girl in the black dress bowed respectfully, trying to make herself look less nervous. "You can call me Shana, that's your name, isn't it?" Ji Yunan smiled and said softly, Who are you?" Shauna only felt a chill on her back. Her original nervousness exploded, and even her voice was a little shaky. He actually knew her identity. Could it be that the family found out about her actions and sent him to punish her? "Don't be nervous. As you can see, I'm a prophet," Ji Yunan said with a smile. "You seem to be in need of money, so you sneaked out, hoping to raise money by becoming a blood meal?" Shauna's eyes were a little cold and vigilant. She said softly, "Yes." There was indeed a prophet in the world, but Shauna could not believe him at all. "Your parents were killed, and you want revenge? You want to become the greatest vampire in the world and rule the bloody city? Enough." Shauna interrupted coldly. "I don't know where you found out about my identity and past, but don't try to play tricks on me like this." Ji Yunan showed a non-committal expression, but the faint smile on his face did not change. "Your brother will make his move soon. Before the blood club opens, I will go find you." Shauna just stared at him fiercely, got up, and quickly walked out of the room. Ji Yunan also walked out after her. The flower seller girl was guarding the door. The red flower was such a high price, she could not ignore it. "So fast." She looked at Ji Yunan in confusion. The latter did not seem to have any blood at the corner of his mouth. "Pay up when you're done. Don't deny it." After saying this, the figures of a few men walked out from behind her. Each of them had a scimitar on their waist. They were the famous drow swordsmen of the underground world. In this kind of narrow terrain, the drow swordsmen could exert 200% of their combat power. "Okay." Ji Yunan smiled and nodded. The next moment, a few shadows jumped out from the ground and instantly drowned them, including the flower seller. Chapter 311. Start of the title. End of the title. 1 Text Chapter 351 Zhong Dai's hobbies H1A style equals color, #00F. Ref equals iml next chapter at ablilage border equals 0 artable border equals 0 align equals left artable border equals 0 align equals left artable border equals 0 align equals left trtd table. Shauna, the vampire girl. This was a famous chain quest in his past life. As long as it was completed well, players would have the chance to take complete control of the Raymond clan, and even the entire bloody city. In the game, almost every large territory would have some sort of clue in the form of a chain quest, which would pique the player's interest and slowly conquer it. If not for this sort of storyline clue, the players would probably choose to massacre the entire city. Now, this design, which was originally meant to increase the player's interest, just happened to be convenient for Ji Yunan. Shauna's clue was the easiest to control the vampire clan out of all the clues in the Bloody City, but it wasn't easy to interfere with the entire Bloody City. However, Ji Yunan's goal was to take control of the Raymond clan, so he had no interest in the Bloody City. As long as he helped Shauna get through the ordeal and let her go out to train, then in a short 2 months, she would reach the heavens in a single bound and become a legendary powerhouse. When that time came, Shauna would return as the king, but she would still need the players' help to truly unify the Raymond clan. After all, a legendary powerhouse could not be considered invincible. Just within the vampire clan alone, there were more than 10 legendary princes holding down the fort. After sending Shauna off, I can go get that thing. Ji Yunan walked on the streets of the Bloody City, calculating the journey in his mind. Returning to the Pantheon world made Ji Yunan feel like everything was under his control, because all the people and things here were listed in his mind. Wait a minute. When Ji Yunan walked in front of a building, he suddenly realized that something was wrong and stopped in his tracks. In front of him was an antique pavilion. It was made entirely of red wood and was filled with the classical beauty of the East. On the signboard were the words Clear River Pavilion. Ji Yunan was not an immortal. He could no longer remember what the original building was, but he was certain that it was not some Clear River Pavilion. In other words, there shouldn't be such a thing in the game. This kind of architecture was clearly the style of the heavenly world. Brother Ji Yunan. Ji Yunan raised his head and saw Zhong Dai standing outside the Qinghe Pavilion with Dooku beside her. Ji Yunan looked up and saw Zhong Dai standing outside the Qinghe Pavilion. Zhong Dai was following Lu Xin. Zheng. The officials of the 4 branches of Confucianism are barking. School. The dishes are stunned by the freshness of the reading. The 4 series of The Spear of the Monkey King back to the Broken Skeleton Australia Stealthy Footprints Chun Song Song Wang Zheng Jun I'm here to see the Blood Club. Zhong Dai said excitedly. Seeing Ji Yunan's gaze fall behind her, she said, You mean this? This is owned by my family. As soon as Zhong Dai finished speaking, Ji Yunan suddenly understood. Clear River Realm, Zhong Qinghe, Clear River Pavilion. Zhong Qinghe, the first master of the Clear River Realm, had always liked to use his name to name his businesses, even the astral realm. This meant that the Clear River Pavilion was this master of the stars business, and his tentacles had actually extended to the world of gods. Ji Yunan finally realized how different this world was from the game. The existence of the heavenly world meant that it was different. The 2 worlds were not completely isolated from each other. Skills, knowledge, and even power systems could be interacted with each other. Especially for an astral realm like the Clear River Realm, which was mainly commercial, it was normal for its influence to spread throughout the world of gods. On the other hand, the 2 worlds knew of each other's existence, which would also affect the decisions of their respective experts. The gods in the game fought with each other, but with an outsider like the heavenly world, it was uncertain if they would still fight so fiercely. All in all, the heavenly world was like a giant butterfly. It could completely change the world of gods beyond recognition, and it would not be the same as what Ji Yunan was familiar with. I can't trust the game's history too much, but some knowledge is fine. Ji Yunan immediately made a judgment in his heart, and adjusted his train of thought for this trip. If he copied the game's history completely, there was no telling when problems would arise. Zhong Dai was still dragging Ji Yunan along with her. Her train of thought was very jumpy. She could talk about disgusting zombie soldiers to delicious blood drinks in an instant. That's right, delicious blood drinks. It would be too naive to really treat Zhong Dai as a naive girl. As the master of the Star's daughter, Bai Qiaozhen already had the experience of managing a realm. Even if Zhong Dai had little interest in management, she could not possibly be a flower in a greenhouse. However, she was not hiding herself. She was the type of person who was extremely shrewd. Instead, she was pure enough, pure to the point of extreme. Big brother Ji Yunan, let's go to the arena. I really want to see them get beaten to death. Zhong Dai tugged at Ji Yunan's sleeve, saying something shocking. Duke broke out in a cold sweat as he listened. Originally Lu Xin. Standing alliance. Time. Hua. Punishment. Old aperture collapse loyal badger model. Retreat. Xiongtuo invade. Bear the burden of bad luck. Is it a comparison of the past to the present? But after truly interacting with this young lady, he finally understood how terrifying Zhong Dai was. Do you like blood? Ji Yunan could not help but ask as he watched Zhong Dai gulp after gulp down the blood drinker that was unique to Blood City. This blood drink was made from the fresh blood of various creatures, and no one except the blood breeds would like it. Even after being processed, the pungent smell of blood was gone, and the taste was exactly the same as a normal drink. Yes. Zhong Dai seemed inexplicably excited at the mention of this topic. Of course, she had been excited ever since she came to Blood City. I've liked blood since I was very young, but bleeding hurts, so watching others bleed is the best. Zhong Dai said with an innocent smile on her face. When she said these words, she was completely sincere. She agreed with her own words from the bottom of her heart. A blood fetishist who did not want to bleed because of the pain and liked to watch others bleed, Ji Yunan had already determined her position in his heart. Apart from her unique hobby of liking blood, Zhong Dai was indeed a young girl who had not experienced much of the world. She did not even have much vigilance against strangers. He had to wait for the blood club to open, and the item could only be taken after Shauna left. Ji Yunan was in a state of leisure for the time being, so he did not mind going with Zhong Dai. On the other hand, he also wanted to see what would happen when the guests from the heavenly worlds entered the original game plot. And the arena in Blood City just happened to have a plot that was suitable to trigger. All right. And so, Ji Yunan nodded. Zhong Dai smiled until her eyes narrowed. She was naive, but that did not mean she knew nothing about power. She was also willing to get close to a very powerful big brother like Ji Yunan. Moreover, whether her trip to the world of gods could be successful depended on him. Zhong Dai's gaze shifted to Duke. Duke understood her meaning and hurriedly said, "If you're talking about the arena,